I am super excited to be playing this game. Obviously, it's not on the screen right now, but Firaxis or 2K or whoever I need to give a big thank you for this was kind enough to give me a key to XCOM Chimera Squad. And it's a double-edged sword, unfortunately, because I am super excited to be playing this game, but then so is everybody else. I took a quick look at the Twitch page, I guess about an hour ago, and there's someone with 10,000 viewers watching, and I don't even know how many streamers doing this right now. So if I wanted to get big and popular, this is probably not the game for it. But one, I think it is super cool that I got a press key for this. So again, a very big thank you to them for that. Obviously, that means as well, if you're making purchase decisions or whatever, do keep in mind that I didn't pay for this. I will say, that's my coffee. Sorry, just let me turn off the alarm. I'm actually I'm going on very little sleep right now, but that's fine because we're just brand new to Chimera Squad, so it's okay if I get completely obliterated. I'm gonna take a minute setting up the game because I figure some folks are gonna want to see me from the very start, and that'll also allow me to explain why I'm not playing like all the other pros and immediately going to expert difficulty and whatnot. But I also want to talk a little bit about the game and how they announced it. I don't actually know a whole lot about the reasons why they did this, but I wanted to talk a little bit about my expectations going in. I'm just going to enjoy a sip of this fine caffeinated beverage so I can be somewhat coherent. Yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about the circumstances of this game's release and what I think is interesting about this, and just kind of do a little check-in before I finally get to have the experience of it. So this thing kind of seemed to come out of nowhere. I notice the logo obviously says 25th anniversary for XCOM. I'm assuming that has to be the original Julian Gollop game. I know it's surprising when you think about how old the Firaxis remake of XCOM is, but I don't think it's 25 years old. A shameful thing, I do have a campaign going for XCOM 2 on the stream, but I've not actually beaten it. We took out one of the Chosen, and then I took a small break from that, and then I got a whole bunch of other keys for stuff, so I sometimes feel a little obligation to make sure that I don't just cover those games, but I do them well. But of course, Chimera Squad gave me a key, so I have every reason to play this all the way to the very end. This thing seems like it was announced a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, and it's on a very healthy discount for this release. I believe it's half off still. Let me just double check the exact price. I am, of course, in Canada, so my price will probably be a bit different from yours, but probably on the upside. But yeah, so special promotion by XCOM Chimera Squad. As long as you buy it before May the 1st, it is $14.99 Canadian, or whatever your regional equivalent is. It's 50% off. I actually know 4 people who own this already, which is very cool. The other thing that's really neat about this game is that it was actually kind of interesting to see. I was playing Sid Meier's Railroads a few months back. Or maybe it was longer ago. But I always like checking the credits on games now, especially Firaxis games, because Firaxis has just made a ton of stuff that I really like. And I was quite surprised to see Jake Solomon as a programmer on that game. Now, of course, it's not necessarily surprising. Obviously, people get promoted, people move up and whatnot. But what's interesting, of course, is that Jake Solomon is and Ananda Gupta for Enemy Within, but of course he's at Riot now for those of you who don't know who Ananda Gupta is, he is the co-designer of Twilight Struggle and the soon-to-be-released Imperial Struggle, if you guys like board games. Apparently also did some work on The Elder Scrolls Online, but now I suspect is probably responsible for Teamfight Tactics and is it Legends of Runeterra? Anyways, all this Riot stuff that's coming out now. Sorry, I'm just gonna have another sip. So what's interesting now is that we have a very specific idea of what Firaxis XCOM looks like. We've got not just XCOM, but we've got an excellent expansion to it called XCOM Enemy Within. We played that to completion on the stream, and then XCOM 2 came out, which is incredible. That's one of my favorite gifts that I've ever gotten as a game. War of the Chosen just blew the thing wide open, added a whole new dimension to XCOM 2. On top of, I actually quite like the other DLC for XCOM 2 as well, but obviously War of the Chosen was was something that I suspect probably could have been released as an XCOM 3 and nobody really would have minded. So what's really interesting here is that XCOM Chimera Squad is made from a totally different team. And what's particularly interesting here is that while there's certainly been no shortage of sort of takes on XCOM, you've got something like Phoenix Point, which is Julian Gollop returning to the genre and maybe keeping a little bit closer to what the original XCOM UFO Defense was like. But then you also have stuff like Mario vs. Rabbids. You've got a lot of really interesting takes on sort of this format. And Chimera Squad is showing yet again that there's a lot of vitality inside here and a lot of things that maybe you assume have to be the case for an XCOM style game. Maybe that isn't so true. I will be getting onto the game in just a little bit, but the reason I wanted to spend the time talking about this stuff is what some of my expectations are before I actually get to confront them with the gameplay. And that's obviously the turns. I've seen the trailer, so I know a couple of the things that are coming up, but I haven't actually read the full write-up about everything that's different. But the fact that it's no longer what we normally expect on turns. Your side takes its turn and the other side takes its turn. Now it's kind of an initiative system. I don't think we've seen that in any of these ones here, although certainly the DLC, like the Alien Hunters DLC, starts playing around with that a little bit because you have enemies that move in between your units' moves. But what's also interesting is what they do with the characters, because it seems to be that you can't pass a mission if a member of Chimera Squad dies. That keeping your teammates alive is a factor of that. And it partly seems to be because this is, while the XCOM games all had a story, this one definitely seems to be a little bit more individual focused. And you can sort of see that where the first two games are sort of war stories and you're putting everything on the line to stop an alien invasion or to see this insurgency succeed against the occupying alien forces. This one is a little bit more about police, and so you have these moments of drama, maybe these individual people that you get very attached to and you need to see to get the story through, and so instead you have these more focused moments of sort of saving someone, holding your comrade in your arms to keep them going while the mission goes on. Which I think is a really interesting perspective. Again, focusing more down on those individuals. And one of the reasons why I'm focusing on that is I think it was the interview with Jake Solomon. It might have been the one with Ananda Gupta, but I'm pretty sure it's Jake Solomon. Soren Johnson of Off-World Trading Company and now Old World fame, and the designer on Civilization 4, so Firaxis alumni. He was talking about the idea of losing soldiers and how painful that can be, and what I think is really interesting about that is you can sort of see Darkest Dungeon, which just sort of treats the flesh is just something to be it's just another resource to be used like a shovel or a candle. XCOM, you definitely feel the pain when you have this thing you've invested so much into gets lost. And of course, there's a high degree of customization, so I think there's a certain amount of attachment that goes in there. But you still have this idea of these sort of these calculated risks, and you know, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few in this case. And Chimera Squad, because the perspective is so different, it's sort of this police force. It's again, these characters that you're going to grow and develop with. Again, you have that focus on individual actions, the order of turns matters, and you can't just treat people as expendable anymore. And then, of course, a couple of other things like the breach phase and whatnot, I think is kind of neat, because I got to play a little bit of the Tactical Breach Wizards alpha, and it was kind of neat to set up an attack and whatnot. But I've kind of talked too long, so I did say I was going to explain a little bit. So it seems to be the path to fame on Twitch is to put Impossible, Iron Man, hardcore and whatnot on on your stream title and watch all the followers and dollars come in. I'm going to do a vanilla playthrough to begin with, which I feel a little bit bad. There's a side of me that kind of wants to try expert, although if I haven't actually beaten XCOM 2, maybe I should just take my time and hit normal. But I'm just going to do the base experience, and then as is usually the case with games like this, I really enjoy it and I go start cranking up the difficulty. So yeah, we'll just go with default settings for now. And I hope you enjoy Chimera Squad as much as I'm expecting to.
2 minutes out.
Hey, Godmother. Is this like the old days? XCOM swooping in and taking it to the bad guys?
I wouldn't know. I spent most of the war training resistance networks.
Like mine. And for your many, long years of service.
Watch it.
XCOM attaches you to an untested squad and pushes it into the field before it's ready. How is this not like the old days?
I'm just happy to be here. I missed out during the war. Wish I could have pulled my weight.
For which side, exactly?
I find that very hurtful.
Sure thing, Advent.
We are through the checkpoint.
I was never actually Advent.
But they were fitting you for a blocky helmet.
Stow it, both of you. We're here. 3-1 PD gave us the all clear. Grab your gear and prepare to move in.
It's really interesting to see this kind of comic book style in an XCOM game, because I know they definitely put a lot into the cinematics.
Whisper, what's your status?
And what's Verge's ETA?
Comms are working, obviously. Verge is en route.
How? Verge can't drive.
He hailed a cab.
To a hostage situation?
Focus. Whisper, any surprises in the next room?
A handful of hostiles, unaware of your approach.
Chimera Squad, take positions. Prep for breach.
But yeah, so it's really interesting to see this comic book style on top of the XCOM world, because XCOM's a very handsome looking game, and especially XCOM 2, it's incredibly cinematic in terms of its style. They really put a lot of effort into the cutscenes and whatnot. But this one here, I mean, I'm assuming there's probably a budget consideration in that, but it's really neat to see that style because it's very different from the previous ones. All right, breaching. Chimera Squad begins every mission by setting up at breach points to get a jump on enemies. Preview the enemy presence at each breach point and modifiers that will be applied, then assign agents to the available slots to determine the order they'll enter the fight. All right, I accept. Okay, I'm guessing there's just one breach then? Anyways, alright. I guess it doesn't tell me what any of these abilities are, so I'm not quite sure why I would pick one agent over the other. Successful shots on enemies will crit. Alright, let's say Godmother, clearly the leader. We'll say Cherub, he also seems slightly more senior. And then I guess Terminal's the rookie, so we won't put them in at the start. Okay, cool. So at least based on the weapons, these are looking like familiar classes. Oh. Nope, that's probably just saying breaching and then firing. All right, we'll see how this works.
Breaching!
Oh, this is neat. Okay. Breach targeting. Cycle through available targets with tab and left shift, and then use a selected ability with enter.
Hello. I am Mayor Nightingale.
Is that our hostage?
Welcome to City 31's Memorial Museum.
It's just a recording.
As I often say, the lessons from our past inform the present.
Blah, blah, blah. History.
Focus.
They're really getting their money's worth out of that focus line. All right, turns and moving. Agents and enemies take their turns one at a time. Their current place in the turn order can be seen on the unit flag above their head, next to... Oops, sorry. Above their head next to their portrait in the timeline, which both update after each turn. Agents have 2 action points each turn to use for movement, shooting, or abilities. Look for a blue shield to move into cover for defensive bonuses before shooting, or move out to flank the enemy for a better chance to hit. Use the timeline to determine when enemies will take their turn in order to neutralize them or protect teammates. Some advanced abilities and equipment will allow you to manipulate the order of the timeline. Some actions like shooting will end a turn regardless of how many action points are available. Okay, so let's start by... Alright, so then it gives you a nice little helpful number here. So in terms of the initiative order, we're going to have, it looks like Godmother move first. And then we're going to have Trooper number 2. And then we're going to have Cherub available. So one thing that I might want to try is just to run up close to the to position 2 and just go for broke. So let's actually see if I can get away with this. This would be this would be death in the original XCOM, but I'm feeling pretty good about this one. Okay, so I better hope that I deliver on this shot. Ooh, actually. I definitely got out pretty far ahead.
Shifting position.
81% chance to save my save my friend. All right, good. So maybe I won't
You
do.
see this?
Huh. Interesting.
Contact!
Clear.
Verge? What took you so long?
Had to unpack a breaching charge.
Good man.
Not exactly.
You know what I mean.
I always do.
So creepy. Don't ever change.
Verge, form up. Any hostiles in the next room?
Yes, I can feel them.
Okay, multiple breach points and turn order. Some encounters offer more than one breach point with different risks and benefits. Consider whether to split the squad or send them all through the same location. Agents entering from the same breach point will enter the encounter together and be closer in the timeline. The order of the breach points, the order the breach points will enter is shown next to their name and can be changed using the arrows. Ah. Interesting. Okay. So I could do... Okay, well I think I know who I'm... Okay, so I'll put Godmother and Cherub on the front door. This is just because, like, it seems to me that I've got 4 people and 4 spaces, so somebody's gonna have to take the dangerous, kind of the dangerous assignment. Now, door number 2. So I wanted somebody sort of with the shield and the shotgun to sort of. This is the alternative form of damage mitigation in the sense that you kill them before they do something to you. But as it says here, agent damage likely, so I kind of want to pick the 2 people I think could survive it. The only other thing I might do differently would be Terminal has the highest HP, but that doesn't seem to be a very good excuse for sending them into danger. Now, the other question, of course, is what order do I want for Terminal and Verge? So in this case, closely watched enemies deal with +1 damage during the breach. So I want to, you know, again, I've got sort of my damage, 2 different types of damage mitigation. And then in position 2, I've got last unit through this entrance does +3 damage during the breach. It's not clear to me who does more damage here. I think I'm going to put Verge in first and then Terminal. And the reason for that is Terminal's kind of a known quantity. Let's run with this.
Breach!
I'm going to do the
We shall move in.
default order. Okay, so I got surprise. Aggressive enemies will shoot at XCOM if they aren't neutralized during the breach sequence. Okay. So we do have a couple of 100%ers, but I think taking out Mr. Aggressive first is the highest priority. It's also an 88% chance, so it's looking pretty good. Okay, good. So we've got a few people surprised. I think probably taking out the 100% chance is the higher priority. Okay. So we're going to have a little bit of a tricky time, but again, I think I want to clear out... I want to do the high expected damage. Cover is a little bit different. I think in this case, we're going to clear out the upper level. There we go. Each agent has a unique ability that they can use every turn, eventually gaining more abilities from their class and equipment. Most agents also have a subdue ability, a non-lethal attack that is low damage but guaranteed to hit. Use it to earn additional rewards for certain mission objectives. Cherub uses the Charge Bash ability instead of Subdue. Alright, so let's see what Subdue does. So if I hit number 3... Okay, so it's all a 100% chance. 2 to 3 damage. Okay, so I potentially wind up in a situation where... I don't have cover. Right, let's think about this. So the one thing about this trooper who's behind this wall... Yeah, this is a really tricky call. So this trooper isn't that much of a threat to me because they move last. But the other question is, who else is going to be in range to knock them down? So, let's see who moves number 2. Okay, this guy moves in position 2, so he is a bit of a higher priority. So, this is going to be a little bit of a roll of the dice, but... Oh, that's going to sting.
Hostiles still up.
Okay. So who can I charge bash? Well, I can charge bash everyone, but this is the next trooper to move. Yeah. The thing I'm a little worried about is if I want to start bashing people, I don't know if my other folks are going to be able to deliver. Yeah, I don't have anybody who's going to be able to bash this other unit. So maybe what I can do is I can do Stupor.
Your mind falls away.
There we go. Yeah, I'll move him in a little closer.
Crossing over.
Oh, I thought they were stunned. Alright, looks like I can't subdue anyone. That's a shame. Well, let's work with what we got. I was hoping we could bash as many people as we could, but unfortunately,
Hostile subdued.
my shield fella took some damage.
Set up the breaching charge.
I do like to make an entrance.
Oh, hey, Johnny Big Time, how you doing? Yeah, the breach thing is a really cool touch. You haven't played XCOM 2 yet, so one thing you may like too is that there's this setup phase where until you get detected, you kind of get the drop on the enemy. But this breach thing takes that to another level. So, special breach points. Some breach points can only be accessed with special equipment or abilities. Once an agent with a required asset is in the first slot, other agents can then be assigned. So I'm assuming that's Verge, who said he was. Yeah. Oh no, Cherub. Okay. I think I do like the fact that Godmother's going to be coming in with that shotgun, so we'll make her next. Now I'm going to put Terminal in the third position, and this is because it's possible that Verge might be able to put some stuns in as a last resort. So,
Wait, hold. Hostage confirmed in the next room.
We need more than that.
3-1 PD has a live feed. Patching through.
If you surrender, I will advocate leniency.
Enough. This exhibit, it is about XCOM's role in our liberation.
I see you read the placard.
It doesn't say how they went soft and got weak. Now, it's up to us to light the spark.
He's holding a detonator.
Go, now!
How's this for an entrance?
I am never going to get tired of this breaching thing. Okay, so we got a couple of alert, but it doesn't look like anybody is. It doesn't look like anybody's aggressive. So we'll just take out. We'll basically take the low-hanging fruit as usual. Nice. All right, so now we've got the hard shots. Ooh. Wow. These guys are way better than XCOM. I guess it's because they got some of the aliens on their side.
I'll protect you.
Cherub is down.
Terminal, stabilize him.
On it.
Verge, with me. Protect the mayor.
Confirmed.
Agents that lose all their HP will begin bleeding out over several turns, indicated by the number in the timer. The mission will fail unless the agent bleeding out is saved with the stabilize ability, or the encounter is completed before the timer expires. All right. So she did say terminal. Save the dude. So now, in very practical terms. Wait, where did Chimera Squad go? Johnny Big Time, that's 29 months. That is ridiculous how long you've been here. Thank you very much. You already know you're my favorite streamer on Twitch. It's not too many people here. I honestly would not expect too many people to be around for the stream, if I'm completely honest. Just because I know this is a very popular game, and it's you know, I'm going to be low on the rankings, but I will definitely shout you out when we get some bodies inside. But again, thank you very much for such a long sub. It's always great to have you in here. Now, I have a little bit of a dilemma. This guy looks like he's armored, so in one sense it sort of makes sense to do some chip damage on them, hoping that maybe I can knock them down. Also, this person hasn't moved yet. But the problem is that, so I've got 3 moves right now. One of these is going to be clearing up the bloodied teammate. So in this case, I think I am going to take out the trooper, just because it's a high probability. Oh, actually, no need to be so violent. Ah!
Failed to subdue.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we can use the gremlins just like in. Oh, I still get a move. Okay. Then we're also going to beat the hell out of this guy.
Another caller for the medic.
All right. So I've just put a ton of risk on my. Ooh, and I don't have. All right. In this case, I'm just going to go and whack the hardliner in hopes that I'll sufficiently inconvenience them. Yeah, this is not going to end well. Whoa! She might kill this guy. You know, I'm gonna take the damage.
Hostiles still up.
It's funny, I was tabbing to move to another
Mayor
unit.
Nightingale, are you all right?
It looks worse than it is. Those medic hits are really something.
Compliment accepted.
What about Cherub?
Yeah, I think so. Only thing injured is my pride.
And your diaphragm. And a few ribs.
None of this should have happened.
Most people say thank you.
I'm grateful, of course. But these people don't have the capability for any of this.
Explain.
I read their threat assessment. A month ago, these insurgents were all talk and no capability. The greatest threat they posed was to bottles of alcohol.
Why tell us? Why now?
City 31 shows the world how humans, hybrids, and aliens can keep a lasting peace. I'm the public face of this. Tonight, someone wanted what I represent to go up in flames.
We're not in town for local intrigue.
I know, but right now you're the only ones I'm certain are fighting for that same peace. Can I count on your support?
Yes, ma'am.
I wonder if that's Bradford down there. I should have checked. All right. I'm probably not supposed to take so many wounds, but Godmother lightly wounded, Cherub gravely wounded, Terminal unharmed, Verge unharmed, 5 rounds to complete, 3 encounters, 13 enemies killed, 4 captured, 1 civilian rescued, and no civilian casualties. From 4 captured enemies, there is an 80% chance to earn 20 intel, so presumably you get 20% each time you capture someone. That is a really neat, that's a really neat touch.
Package delivered to 31 PD.
She truly believes what she says.
That's why she's in charge.
Not too shabby for our first official mission.
Don't do that.
Don't do what?
Celebrate before a mission is complete. It's
bad luck.
Yeah, they're a really neat, touch.
Tonight, Mayor Nightingale perished in an explosion at City 31's Memorial Museum. The identity of her assailants is unknown at this time. The City Council asks citizens to remain...
So she gets vaporized the same day XCOM sends Chimera squad to our city? You hear that voice in your head? That's me telling you to wake up!
Despite opposition, Mayor Nightingale's deciding vote brought the Reclamation Agency to the city. Without her support, Chimera Squad's continued presence is an open question.
How you doing, Uncle Cranky? I saw you were playing this way before me.
director wants to speak with us.
Thanks for getting the mayor killed. Also, you're fired.
That's not helpful.
You're right. I'm sorry.
I'll patch the call through when you're ready.
I followed your action at the museum, and its aftermath.
Director Kelly, I take full responsibility for what happened.
Stop. I sent you to City 31 because I believed you were ready. Tonight, you surpassed my expectations. 3-1 PD requested help within 3 hours of your arrival in the city. You answered immediately. Going in, you were under-equipped and down an agent. You adapted, as we trained you to do. And let's not forget, you rescued the mayor. You delivered her to safety as the city requested. Don't blame yourself for an outcome you couldn't control. Instead, let's focus on what's next.
I set up the map table. Ready when you are.
Head over there. I'll hold.
I would just like to point out that Alex and Kelly... So Alex was holding a coffee cup as Chimera Squad was coming back into base. Kelly was holding a coffee cup. I am currently holding a coffee cup, so I'm well situated as the new commander. But yeah, Cranky, I saw that you were playing this, and I wanted to play it on my own, which is why I didn't stop by, but I hope you enjoyed it. It's not bad. I mean, there's not too many people in here right now, and again, I don't expect a whole lot because this is the new hotness, and I'm actually really excited. I mean, so again, like, would I love it if I was the only one streaming Chimera Squad and I had a captive audience? Obviously. But I love it when games that I'm into have a huge following on Twitch. Because it means, you know, it's doing well and more people are likely to pick it up. Which, speaking of which, it is 50% off until May 1st. So if this tickles your fancy, it's not a bad time to pick it up. But of course, I always need to give the caveat with that. This is a press key. So again, I'm super happy that Firaxis or 2K or whoever I need to give the credit to gave me one. But I don't want to be shilling. I think most of you already know I am going to be giggling like a little schoolgirl every time I'm playing an XCOM game. So I have absolutely no objectivity on this. I did actually note they were really clear. It's like, we want your own opinions of this game in like all capital letters before I could accept the key. So they were like really firm on saying like, no, like don't don't say stuff you don't believe on it, which is not really a worry in my case, but yeah, I'm probably, even if this wound up being a very mediocre game, I probably would still like it because it's more XCOM. But Uncle Cranky says it's amazing, and Uncle Cranky is you know what, I might as well get these out of the way now. Uncle Cranky is a Australian living in New Zealand, so he streams at hours later than me, for those of you who always keep showing up when I'm just finishing up. And Johnny Big Time is my favorite streamer on Twitch, currently on a little bit of a hiatus, but I think is getting close to finishing it. But I'm really looking forward to him coming back, and maybe, if you guys ask him nice enough, he will play XCOM Enemy Within, XCOM 2, or possibly Chimera Squad. Alright, also, I should have checked to see if Chimera Squad's on Humble, because that way you guys could use the affiliate link. But you know what? Just buy the game, support Firaxis, and I'm gonna go on to the next mission. So there's a critical target waiting on the city map.
Welcome to City 31. During Advent's occupation, the city was a fortress supporting an active starport. 5 years after XCOM won the war, it's home to aliens, hybrids, and humans alike. There's new industry, self-government, and local agriculture to support the varied populations. Against all odds, this city thrived after the war. There were no retributive attacks.
Until tonight.
We don't know that. Not yet. But we can find out. 3-1 PD requested our help sifting through evidence at the Memorial Museum. They lost good officers today. Give them what they need and see what we can learn.
How you doing, Paper Dupless? All right, City 31. Actually, this is a little, almost a little Frozen Synapse 2. I don't mean to like make references all over the place, but it's kind of neat just to see how things are developing to a point where actually, you know, just because something has a cityscape doesn't mean it's frozen synapse too. I should see a little bit more about how this map works. The map is where we see the status of City 31 and the current targets we can send our squad to respond to. Chimera squad can respond to one target each day, after which the day automatically advances. You know, this is probably just the global map. This is probably just the global map brought down to the individual level. But targets come in two types. Missions are tactical targets. The squad will go into combat on these, and situations are strategic targets. The squad takes care of these without entering combat. The current targets change every day, so watch the city carefully for new priorities. View the situation in the downtown district. Memorial Museum Aftermath. 31 PD needs help pouring through the aftermath of tonight's attack. Mayor Nightingale's death has put the city on edge. Let's do what we can to help. I will actually just say before I keep moving forward on this, like, so far in terms of the expectations I talked about at the beginning, it's pretty much lining up exactly where I thought it was. I think I'm on side with Johnny big time. Like, these little cinematics are really cool. I actually really like the way that they introduced Verge as well. It's, you know, this nice sort of Hollywoodish kind of setup. You get to meet the team at the end of the, you know, the first 10 minutes or so. Obviously, it's longer because it's me, and I always talk about stuff. You know, you have the big dramatic opening. The mayor's just been killed, and we're probably going to be spending the rest of the game on unraveling exactly why that happened. And again, like, the effect that this has is really interesting in terms of just how you treat the individuals. Like, I'm really into this much more micro sort of individual soldier focus in Chimera Squad. This is a really neat touch to a game that I'm already a very big fan of. All right, so send the APC. Sending an APC to resolve the situation will automatically advance the day. Are you ready to proceed? Yes. From the archives, we've done what we can to aid 31 PD. Commissioner Malouf passed along her thanks for helping her officers bear the weight of this attack.
Your work with 31 PD opened a few doors. Here's what we know. A crude plasma bomb killed the mayor. The insurgents had no access to materials for that.
Does that mean they had outside help?
Most likely. There are 3 groups in City 31 with access to this kind of ordnance.
Choose a faction to be the investigation target. The target faction cannot be changed until it's resolved. Oh man, this is neat. Okay, yeah, so we're properly getting into the crime story here. So we have the Progeny, a loose network of human scions. Their vision for 31's future is entirely psionic, whether the city wants it or not. Grey Phoenix, an organization of alien scavengers. They have quietly amassed the kind of weaponry Reclamation is mandated to recover. And Sacred Coil, it looks like, an underground religious movement for hybrids. They preach salvation, but only to those who once fought XCOM. So, I mean, in terms of the dialogue that we heard, it would seem to me that Grey Phoenix is probably the closest.
Grey Phoenix is a group of primarily muton scavengers operating in the city.
Hmm.
Recently, they've armed themselves with highly restricted weaponry. That puts them on our radar.
Director, these are local criminals. Isn't that 31 PD's jurisdiction?
True. The Reclamation Agency supports local police, but we're also required to recover dangerous material.
From those who would do the world harm, and each of those groups is neck deep in the stuff. So what next?
Focus on a single group. Investigate, dismantle their operations, and take them down.
Meanwhile, we look for any links to the mayor's death. Either way, a dangerous organization is off the streets.
Exactly. The city wants justice for Mayor Nightingale. This is how we help them achieve it.
So I didn't realize that it was muton focused. It looks like there's one that's, I would probably say the psionic is the next one. The thing is that we just didn't see any psionics in the tutorial mission. All right, tackling investigations. Every investigation is 3 stages. Groundwork from this first mission, learn about the faction and their methods. Operations, hidden missions that must be revealed, then completed to knock out the faction's main plans. And takedowns, stop their final attack and end their threat to City 31. All right. Grey Phoenix in progress. Active operation. Investigate Grey Phoenix. We need to know more about Grey Phoenix before we can proceed with our investigation. An organization of alien scavengers. They have quietly amassed the kind of weaponry the Reclamation is mandated to recover. Investigation log. 2nd of March. Investigation open. No dark events. And faction leadership. Grey Phoenix leadership have exceptional technical capabilities. Their extensive local connections suggest time in City 31 before the war. Visit the assembly area.
Check it out. Headquarters sent us an assembly. And with the right patterns, we can build anything. Or we could with the latest version. What you're looking at is the extremely finicky 2038 model. It'll take time to stress test our patterns, but once we have them, we're good to go.
Right, assembly projects are how you get access to new or better items and equipment. Each project can unlock new items for XCOM, supply new weapon or armor upgrades, or a variety of other useful things. Agents assigned here decrease the time that it takes to complete a project. You can advance one assembly project at a time, which takes multiple days and usually costs resources such as Illyrium. You can assign an agent to assembly duty to speed up the current project, however they will be unavailable for missions or situations. Illyrium is one of the 3 resources Reclamation requires. It is spent to complete projects in assembly. Okay, so the default... Okay, actually, we only have one right now, which is Android personnel. So construct the Android OPS hub. This network allows us to use androids on tactical missions and enables new assembly projects. So that looks like 10 Illyrium in 2 days, grants 1 Android tactical unit, Android units purchasable in supply, and unlocks all entry-level assembly projects. So begin. That's interesting that it's not telling me to assign someone yet. Alright, we can now select an agent to add to your squad. Sounds good here. The armory is where you manage your agents. Loadout, manage weapons, armor, and other items. Agent abilities. Unlock new abilities by promoting agents that have earned enough XP. Agent biography. Learn more about the agent's background. And tint armor to change the colors of your agent's uniform. Select an agent icon to begin management. More slots become available in loadout by completing assembly projects. Promotions are awarded to agents based on their performance in combat. New ranks come with increased stats, new abilities, and new training programs, all of which you see and manage here.
The director convinced the city council we're too understaffed to be effective. This means we can bring more agents to City 31. It's not the whole squad, not yet, but it's something.
Okay, this is really neat. So we've got Axiom, high damage, cover, destruction. Surrender or don't, I'm fine with either. Are you? 9 health, 12 mobility, 65 aim, 40 will. Okay, so everybody's got the same will. We've got one who's better at aiming and better at critting. What is fragile? Okay, so Axiom, smash, agent charges into a target and smashes down both fists. Chance to disorientate, stun, or render unconscious. Higher rage improves the chance to apply disabling effect. Rage, higher rage raises the chance of applying disabling effects with melee attacks, but also increases the risk of going berserk. Rage can be increased manually or by taking damage. Lock battering ram, burst through a door, breach point with a chance to panic nearby enemies. Panic chance increases with rage. Okay, I love this. You have a giant muton running through the door, and the enemy team craps their pants. Blue blood, precision shooting, multiple shots. Do it the smart way, the hard way gets you killed. Deadeye agent takes a shot with a -15 aim penalty for a 50% damage boost. It does not end the turn if used as a first action. Kool-Aid Muton, yeah. Desperado standard, pistol fire and Deadeye cost an action and do not automatically end the turn if agent has actions remaining. That seems like that would be very helpful. Lancer shot, agent fires his Lancer pistol at a target, ignoring all cover bonuses, and then torque, moving enemies, allies, and poison. Quotes? Sure. Whisper. Can you quote this gesture? How about 2? Bind. Agent wraps up an enemy, dealing damage and preventing them from acting this turn. Bound enemies cannot be targeted by XCOM for risk of damaging agent. Free action. And tongue pull. Agent shoots out their tongue to grab a unit and pull them into melee range. Can be used on enemies and allies. Some oversized targets cannot be pulled. So if I'm completely honest here, I like Torque the most in terms of... so there's two angles that I can see here. I like Torque because of the crowd control, and I like Blue Blood because of the ability to do lots of damage in a short period of time. Now, it seems to me that this game actually gives you a benefit for non-lethal takedowns. Torque's voice actor is adorable if it helps. Well, that definitely gives me an angle. I mean, I was leaning towards this for the non-lethal takedowns anyway. And let's find out. So I think I'm going with Torque. Let's learn about who Torque is. So Siberia, prior to war, hatched at the new Arctic facility in 2020. 2016 to 2034, occupation. Wait, does it all say 0 years old? No. Oh, yeah, okay. It says when... Okay, I get it. 2016 to 2034, the occupation, attached to Advent, learned to target and track down undesirable elements, hunted down resistance groups. 2035, War for Liberation, actively fought resistance forces and XCOM for the war's duration at 15 years old. To present, offered to serve as Op-4 training and for post-war XCOM soldiers in training because, in her own words, detention is boring, and this way I can still fight XCOM. Placed under direct supervision of Colonel Kelly, with whom she formed an unexpected bond, requested a transfer after Colonel Kelly's promotion to director of the XCOM Reclamation Agency, assigned to Chimera Squad with the director's approval. Oh, do I get to pick more than one? No.
Torque,
Whisper.
are we good?
I don't know. Did you get a lobotomy?
Can't say that I did.
Then no, we aren't good.
Well, at least things are back to normal.
All right. Yeah, no items available, it looks like. So I'm just going to keep that. Well, actually. Does this change anything? Nope. Okay. Agents earn XP on missions, which lead to promotions. Each new rank provides increased stats, and some unlock new abilities and new training programs. At certain levels, you have a choice between two abilities and decide which one you want. Obviously, we don't have the experience for that. I'm slightly curious about the tints. Oh, it doesn't give you a preview? Oh, this is neat. So the customization definitely isn't at the XCOM 2 level, which is completely fine in my view because could you imagine the XCOM 2 customization with this many different like troop types? That's gotta be... That would be a rather tall order, I think. I'm a little curious about the health of... So they get a breaching charge. I'm just a little curious about the whole idea of, so like clearly somebody has to get the job. You know what? I'm gonna assign Torque just so that they have something to do. And then I'm gonna take the original team and send them on a mission. In fairness, XCOM 2 was generic soldiers from around the world, whereas this appears to be all named yeah. No, I mean, like, I totally get why, like, you, especially in a game like this, like, you're not, like, creating your squad to get mowed down by the enemy. This has a bunch of people who you're supposed to get attached to, and they appear in the cutscenes, and you know, you follow the story with them. Yeah, I was really just more commenting on I mean, I'm discovering all this stuff at first, right? That's not a knock against it, is what I'm trying to say. All right, there's a critical combat mission target available. It's the only thing that we have available, so we'll go investigate Grace Phoenix in the stacks. Credits are one of the 3 resources Reclamation requires. They are spent in supply to both buy new items and upgrade existing ones. Right. Whisper. Oh, that's the reward, not spending. Okay. Whisper here. I'll keep you updated on any activities requiring our attention. Speaking of which, Grey Phoenix just shot up a micro mall with plasma weapons. We should look into that, right?
Say a hostile force has access to a dangerous device.
Yes.
But destroying it would cause harm to you or others. In that case, finesse is the better option. Approach the device and disable it, just as you were trained.
Oh, no worries,
A
Uncle
short while
Cranky.
ago, Grey Phoenix engaged unknown assailants at this location. After the shooting stopped, Grey Phoenix locked down the whole block.
I sense desperation and fear.
About our arrival?
No. We do not concern them.
What a bunch of badasses. All right. Doesn't seem that... Okay, so Watchtower units automatically activate Overwatch after the breach. Ooh, that'll be good. I think I'll put Godmother on point. Just, I mean, the shotgun seems pretty powerful. Do Cherub afterwards, although the shield doesn't really seem to do much. Verge after that, and then Terminal is the cleanup.
Breach!
Actually, you know what? I should have done that the other way around. Oh, hello, Legionnaire. All right, so a lot of fairly strong, fairly healthy people. Let's just go for the we'll go for the certainties. Beautiful. Oh Jesus, I didn't even see that one. All right. So yeah, I'm thinking we take out what we can. Alright, so this Legionnaire is the only other option. Oh, but we do get the Overwatches, so even if they move, we should still be able to do some damage to them. No problem, Uncle Cranky. We'll debrief after the session. Have a great one. And guys, please do follow Uncle Cranky if you're looking for some more Chimera Squad, because Uncle Cranky is a gentleman and a scholar. Alright, team up. Once per mission, an agent can be moved on the timeline so that they take the next turn. This ability is shared by the entire squad. Preparation grants a defensive bonus and moves the agent's next turn earlier in the timeline. Use this when an agent is caught in a dangerous situation or to coordinate time. Sorry, let me just read that again. Preparation grants a defensive bonus and moves the agent's next turn earlier in the timeline. Okay, cool. Accept. So, I'm actually gonna roll the dice on this one, and I'm gonna try and melee the Legionnaire. Civilian casualties result in an unrest increase in the city district. Move adjacent civilians to immediately remove them from play and rescue them. Okay, so I'm gonna dash and try and bonk this guy on the head.
Arrested the target.
Nice.
I'm getting a strong source of Illyrium in your vicinity. I can't pinpoint a location.
There's a ramen bar out back. Maybe Illyrium is their secret ingredients.
I guess we know who the sarcastic one is. Oh, okay, so this is neat here. So, I'm not quite sure what the shield means. That might be the number of people who are, it might be the number of people who are waiting for us. So you've got explosive entrance. All non-aggressive enemies guarding this entrance are surprised. Seal the deal. Last unit through this entrance does +3 damage during the breach. And then we've got the main door. First unit through this entrance will have their weapon disabled. And then lead by example. First unit through this entrance does +3 damage during the breach. Well, that's all well and good. So I suspect this is where the designers were saying, heh heh heh, this is really going to mess with them. I am going to... I'm going to commit everyone to... Ah! Nope, I'm still going to do 2, but I'm going to let the psionic guy run in. because he doesn't necessarily need to use a weapon. He may have to use his weapon, but yeah, let's actually try and do this.
How's this for an entrance?
The right way. All right, what are we looking at? I probably should not have divided my attention like this. Okay, let's go for the higher expected damage. Alright, so these adders are definitely going to be a problem, but... Now this is weird. I thought they said that the weapon got disabled. Maybe that's after the breach. All right, not a terrible start, but I'm gonna have some trouble. Okay, so I cannot do a charged bash against the bad guys. It looks like. So adder in the far back is the one that's gonna come get me. Cherub, each time damage is blocked with a kinetic shield, Cherub gains charge. Higher charge increases the damage of charged bash and makes it deal damage in a conal area behind the target. Alright. Well, I do still get a shot off, so I'm gonna move up here. There might be an argument for me to start repositioning a few of the... well, I might have been able to do something with a team up. It's not going to help me against adder number 2, though, so you know what? I think we're just going to do a good old-fashioned shot against the target of... Wow, that's really not... Well, you know what? We'll still go for the chip damage to see if we can... I want to try and get the... I wanted to try and just beat the crap out of them and and get the collar. Okay, good. Ooh. I gotta do something about that poison.
Did not see that coming.
Terminal sends the gremlin to an ally to restore 4 HP, cleanse, burning, acid, and poison effects, and grants 20 defense. Terminal can target themselves with safeguard, does not automatically end the turn. Cool.
He'll be fine.
Thank you.
Alright, and then, a little police brutality never hurt anybody. I do really like the idea of non-lethal takedowns in this.
Whoa,
I think that's a neat touch.
I'm reading a massive Illyrium core in the next room. It's losing stability fast. Secure and contain that core before it takes out the whole block.
Check your file. None of us should go home in bags.
All right. So, successful shots on enemies will crit, or all non-aggressive enemies guarding this entrance are surprised. So here's what I'm gonna do. Oh, you know what? We don't have a charge anymore. Okay, that's neat. So,
Reaching in.
Ah, alright, so we definitely need to take this guy out. I'm actually going to roll the dice on this adder. Okay, nice. Ooh, yeah, that's why we did it that way.
Target in sight. Turn it off.
Okay, so apparently Cherub's just going to be floating forever. So here's what I want to do. First thing I'm going to do is team up with Godmother. Oh, but I can't charge back. Okay, well that's fine. We'll still fire the weapon on the Legionnaire. No, you know what? I don't think that's going to be enough to take him down, though. So what are we looking at for threats?
On the move.
It's too big to live. All right, now unfortunately here I don't have the psionic ability to take this Python down with a stun. So we'll try and get the flank. All right, so we'll take a little damage for that, I suspect. Oh, okay, got lucky there. So now we can just club them and
Sile is under arrest.
Shifting position.
I feel like this is the sort of thing that the unit with the gremlin should be working with, but... Oh, hi.
Holy crap, his muscles have muscles.
Alright, well, the whole team gets to take a crack at him, so let's... It's really neat to see the way that full cover works in this. Alright, looks like I gotta drop a... I don't think I'm actually going to be able to whack him with my gun. Alright, Elerium core recovered. One thing we'll know about a Grey Phoenix, they should stay away from Elerium cores. Oh, and Director Kelly is on the line. I'll patch her through to you when you get back to base. Only Verge was wounded. Excellent rating. 4 rounds to complete, 3 encounters, 9 enemies killed, 4 enemies captured, 3 civilians rescued, no civilian casualties, and an 80% chance to earn 20 intel. Alright, 35 credits, 20 intel captured from enemy credits. From the archives, Bradford, aliens in your agency? Jane, what are you thinking? Kelly, what is our greatest existential threat? Bradford, the Elders returning. Kelly, if they do, who will need to fight them off? Bradford, everyone. I get it. I've seen the projections. But do you really think the commander will go for this? Kelly, I think the commander has always seen the bigger picture. Transcript of Reclamation Working Group meeting, 2037, August 25th. I'm a little worried that I'm going to learn more about this, the story of XCOM 2 than I want, but anyways, we've also completed Android personnel, so...
Grey Phoenix is after large quantities of Illyrium. Why do they need that much power? Illyrium access would allow them to refine an explosive powerful enough to kill Mayor Nightingale. Grey Phoenix has the means. Find out if they had the motive.
It's really neat to see, because obviously you've got Chimera Squad's logo, but that's the XCOM logo that Kelly's communications were sort of punctuated by. All right. I do like this investigation idea. This is a neat idea. Right.
An emergency session of the City Council voted 5-4 against a citywide curfew. Councilor Parada spoke for the majority.
There is no need for such extreme measures. Mayor Nightingale's death is a tragedy, but to shut down the city due to fear would reject the very principles by which she lived.
3-1 PD remains on high alert throughout City 31. Commissioner Maloof released the following statement.
Every 3-1 PD officer grieves for Mayor Nightingale. Rest assured, we will bring those responsible to justice.
More as it develops. This is Celio Dash with Channel 37.
All right, Spec Ops.
I'm authorizing Chimera Squad for special operations. Some ops provide useful resources for the squad. Keep an eye out for these opportunities.
Spec Ops are solo agent duties that help Chimera Squad and City 31 overall. They can improve unrest, gain resources, or reward temporary advantages on missions. Each Spec Op provides a different rewards. Some each turn, some only when the op is complete. Advanced Spec Ops become available as your agents rank up. These higher level Spec Ops require higher level agents to undertake. Agents can cancel Spec Ops early to reassign other duties, but all progress will be lost. This is a neat idea. I suspect this is one of the ways that they're able to... So one thing I suspect you run into in a game like this is I suspect that XCOM is designed around the idea that you will have an A team that sometimes gets wiped out. And in this game, obviously, you can't lose squad members. And so I have to think that these Spec Ops are designed so that as your squad gets better, you don't just send your best people all the time. If you do that, you can't get the advantages of these. I might be wrong, but that kind of seems to be the point of these. So Glad Handing convinced well-to-do individual and business groups to provide stopgap funding in this time of crisis. 3 turns and we get 85 credits. It's not quite clear what we need the credits for yet. We haven't had a shortage, so I'm probably going to sit back on that one. Embed with 31 PD for a short time. In return, gain officers to canvass neighborhoods on our behalf. 3 turns and we gain 65 intel. So, you know, if you think about the trade-offs that I've been facing on the missions, I've definitely been taking some damage in order to get 20 intel, and so to get 65 over 3 turns, that's better than what I would be getting over 3 missions, and I don't necessarily have to take any damage for that. And then Illyrium Sting, set up false buys to draw underground Illyrium traffickers. I think I'm going to do that just because it did say that I needed Illyrium for the armory, so I think I'm going to run with that for now. And it is actually a little hard for me to say who I want to bring along. I think I'll take Torque and put them on that mission. This agent is currently assigned to assembly duty. Are you sure you wish to change their assignment? Yes, I do. Because I believe we can do assembly things without a Chimera Squad member. Alright, grants 1 Android tactical unit. Android units purchasable in supply. Unlocks all entry-level assembly projects. So, it's very nice of them to tell me what the priorities are. So, modular weapons or stock equipment from XCOM is serviceable, but for the threats we'll face, we'll need to make some modifications. 25 Illyrium 2 turns. Agents can equip weapon mods in the armory. New supply item autoloader, new supply item stock, new supply item expanded magazine, and then modular armor. Kevlar only gets us so far. We can't secure City 31 if we can't last through a tactical encounter. Agents can equip armor mods in the armory, infiltrator weave, extra padding, and mock weave. I think I'm going to keep running on this assumption that when I have the choice, I'm going to want to do non-lethal means of taking out the enemy. So I'm going to go modular armor first. This is kind of the opposite of how I played base XCOM, where what I would normally do is I would normally go as hard as I could on weapons. I'd make my squad as lethal as possible, and whoever would survive through that extended period without higher armor, basically I would have the idea that I kind of, and again, I don't know if this is the optimal way of playing XCOM or XCOM 2, but my sort of rationale behind that was being able to take these, so like there's not a lot worth protecting in the first stages of the game. Everybody's a rookie. Whereas in later stages of the game, you have high value agents that you want to keep going. And so the value of armor increases over time, whereas the value of weaponry is, continues to be worthwhile. I think XCOM 2 changes that a little bit because the enemies keep getting stronger. But if you think of the dynamics of this game, right, I know that if I don't take care of one of my units, if they get taken down, the mission's failed. And so suddenly I don't need to worry as much. I suddenly need to worry quite a bit about protecting everyone from the very beginning of the map. And then on top of that, like I said, I had this idea of using the kind of the bashing ability quite a bit more in order to get those, those arrests and the intelligence as a result of it. So with that in mind, it's entirely possible that my weapon upgrades won't be as effective if I wind up just hitting everybody with the butt of my gun as often as possible. And so for Chimera Squad, I've actually sort of done the opposite of what I would normally do in an XCOM game. Now, I suspect that this android is not going to be available for... Yeah, so... you've constructed an android unit. These versatile soldiers are valuable backups to your main squad agents. On any mission where one of your agents is evacuated, an android can take their place for the remaining encounters. Androids accompany the APC but do not automatically engage. Instead, they can take the place of an agent that is wounded and evacuated. You can assign androids to breach with the squad in place of an evacuated agent. Once committed, androids remain for the rest of the mission. Androids can use any type of weapon and utility item. They can also be upgraded with special parts to improve their core statistics. Android upgrades are unlocked in the assembly. And we can tint their armor if I'm so inclined, but I'm not that vain. This is neat. I mean, it's not quite like the Spark, but this is a neat design for a robot. All right. I wonder why it's giving me the exclamation points. Alright, there are a variety of kinds of mission targets. Investigation, these appear purple, whether a groundwork operation or takedown, and will advance the game's story. Side, these appear in yellow, they are optional but provide some valuable rewards. And emergency, these appear red, showing up in districts with unrest problems. The current investigation's main mission is always on the map, but it is sometimes hidden. Hidden missions add unrest to their district every day that they are active. They are gradually revealed over time, but you can accelerate this reveal with lead missions. Lead missions appear unpredictably while a hidden mission is active. Leads are optional, but can provide a large boost to reveal progress. Side missions are ideal for gaining resources and helping control unrest in the districts.
We've connected Grey Phoenix to a recent spate of alien abductions in City 31. Find out why Grey Phoenix wants these aliens. We need to get them home.
Okay, so it looks like we got a couple of missions here. So I'm not quite sure what this thing is.
Chimera Squad, I'm Commissioner Maloof of 31 PD. To be blunt, I don't give a Chryslet's ass about the politics. I'm glad you're in the city. 31 PD was stretched thin before the mayor's death. There are gaps to fill, and that's where you come in. When your agents can handle a situation better than my officers, I'll send the details your way. If the city council has a problem with that, I'll take the heat. They can't afford to fire me. I look forward to working with you.
Okay, it's a weapon mod. So 31 PD received a credible bomb threat involving a plasma-based device. They requested that we neutralize this threat to the city. So a scope does sound kind of good. I don't know how rare mods are. I don't really feel like I need to go for the Illyrium, seeing as we already dedicated an agent towards the recovery of that. I am slightly curious about the unrest. I'm wondering if I ignore one of these missions, if this is what the unrest goes up by. I suppose we'll find that out in a minute. And then we've got sort of main missions, hidden faction target 5 days. So this district is a target of an active hostile operation, but we don't know enough to shut it down. Unrest will increase in the district while the operation is active. Completing lead missions will accelerate our investigation, giving us earlier opportunity to shut down the operation. So a weapon mod does sound really cool, but I do think the armory said that I can't equip weapon mods until I actually get modular weapons. So it seems to me that the raid trafficking meat makes the most sense. Oh, okay, also 2 days towards operation reveal, so that also makes a lot of sense. Now, it does say moderate difficulty, so I should probably expect some pain. But Grey Phoenix can abduct aliens without a headhunter, someone who presents them with candidates to grab. They just set up a meet with their top headhunter, go for a live capture if at all possible.
Hostile forces need leadership to function. If authorized by the director, you may need to neutralize a hostile leader. Subduing your target is always preferred. Enemy leadership, if captured, provides valuable intel.
Oh, this is interesting. So it says projected encounters 1, so it looks like this is going to be one big fight.
Grey Phoenix set up a meet at this chemical plant. Disrupt it.
Okay, so both of them are pretty tough. So we've got reflex boost. All units entering here gain plus 25 defense for 1 round. Alternatively, we have explosive entrance. All non-aggressive enemies guarding this entry are surprised. You know what? I think we'll go in with the big boom.
How's this for an entrance?
All right, what are we working with here? So we've got the Adder, Legionnaire, Python, another Legionnaire. All right. So that seems like a good candidate for getting whacked with the butt of the rifle. I was really hoping we could take that guy out. I also forgot about the aggressive Legionnaire, so as much as I want to take out someone else, I think we actually need to... I should have focused a lot more on this guy, because now I know we're going to take damage. Alright, that sucks. I should have paid closer attention, but we'll make this work.
VIP heading for an exit. Capture if you can.
Okay.
Book 'em.
That's gonna sting. So I have to go for this one, otherwise I'm gonna take too much damage.
Arrested the target.
Now, if I am completely honest, I would prefer not to... I'd prefer not to have to heal my ally, but I know that's going to be
fine.
tough, so...
I needed that.
So now I face an even tougher choice. So there's a side of me that wants to take some pieces off the board. Problem is, I'm pretty sure this adder's gonna wind up hurting... Yeah, you know what? I'm still going for it. So I'm pretty sure the Python's gonna wind up hurting her. Ooh, that's gonna get tough. Alright. I am, however, going to take advantage of a whack on the target.
Subdued the hostile.
Okay. gonna get a couple priorities down. So number one, we're gonna move Godmother up. So we'll team up with Godmother. There's a specific reason for that, which is to club the adder into submission.
Let me try again.
So again, this means we're going to wind up taking some damage, I suspect.
Hostile subdued.
Okay, so basically it looks like we kind of get locked into a bit of a standoff with that ability, but that works for me. Hello, the Eyes of Sin. How are you doing? Because I'm pretty sure if I do a stupor, that's going to cause some problems on this guy. So how much XCOM have you seen, the Eyes of Sin? Okay, nice. So terminal is now free, and now we're just going to beat the crap out of this thing. Well, beat the crap out of it as much as I can.
Arrested the target.
Alright, so we wound up taking a little more damage than I would have wanted, although we did know that that was going to be coming up, so... Trafficking ring disrupted. The headhunter wasn't presenting candidates for abduction. The data Grey Phoenix received at these meets were voluntary requests to be taken in. This trafficking ring doesn't add up. Godmother was wounded, Cherub unharmed, Terminal lightly wounded, Verge unharmed, Knight was undeployed. 3 rounds to complete, 1 encounter. Whoa, no enemies killed? That doesn't sound right. Or, no, I guess we did. 6 enemies captured, 1 civilian rescued. Well, quote-unquote rescued. And then from 6 captured enemies, you've earned 20 intel. So as I said, I don't know if you've seen XCOM before or not. I can't remember if you've seen me play XCOM, but what's neat about this one is it's a little bit more character-focused. So if you've seen XCOM before, I'll gladly tell you the differences. And if you haven't seen XCOM before, hopefully you just get to enjoy the cinematic bits when we get in there. This game just came out today, which is why you're basically the only person in chat now. We had Johnny in a little bit before. He might be lurking still. Uncle Cranky had to go because I'm in content he hasn't seen yet, and I don't know if Paper Dupless is still hanging out, but it's very nice to see you. Alright, so we gained 2 days towards the operation reveal, 35 credits, 20 intel, which we already told. So it does look like the unrest goes up for the regions that you don't take care of. That's good to know. Riverside and Highland Square went up by 2. Old Town went up by 1. You have seen it. Okay, yeah, I thought you did, but I wasn't 100% sure. So, I mean, I don't want to say that XCOM 2 doesn't have a story. XCOM 2 has a very almost Hollywood approach. There's lots of cutscenes. There's lots of really big dramatic moments. What this one tends to do, there's 2 things that they've accomplished. They've got this really unique kind of comic book look in these cutscenes in between. And this one is no longer, you know, one side takes its turn and then the other side takes its turn. Instead, and then there's the big tragedy when like one of your best soldiers dies. On this one, you have to make sure your whole squad makes it. You're more of a police force rather than fighting a war. So the characters are a little bit more in depth, and one of the ways that also gets translated, and where you sort of get the story about this team trying to do their special forces work. Instead of it being, one side takes its turn and you get to pick the order in which your soldiers move, in this one there's initiative. So you can have one of your people move and then one of the enemy units move and then one of your people move and so on and so forth. And part of your strategy is going to be based around who can move at certain points. It's a really, really neat take on a formula that I'm already really fond of. So from the archives, and of course I was given a press key for this, so that makes me even more enthusiastic about it. Lee, I work in a vertical farm making pulp from some of the few plants sectoids can eat. It's a big change. The skills you learned in the Resistance don't always apply. What's the expression? When all you have is a hammer, everything gets a nail? Interviewer. What was your hammer? Lee. A grenade launcher. From Tales of Defiance, a living history of the Resistance networks. Alright, visit the training area.
When you aren't on mission, you need to maintain your skills, physical and mental. Training is the place to do it. It's also where you can adapt to any lasting wounds received in the field. So don't let those wounds linger. You'll pay for them in the long term.
Training is a solo agent assignment like Spec Ops. Each agent has their own list of training programs that they can do, including healing scars, improving stats, and even adding new abilities. Each agent has their own set of class training options that they unlock as they rank up. Each can only be completed once to earn stat improvements or new abilities. Getting a scar also gives access to training to heal that scar. These can be repeated for each time a scar is earned. Agents can cancel training early to reassign to other duties, but lose all progress. So, I mean, it's tempting to put someone into training, but I kind of need a full squad. Like, unless I'm gonna get another body. Oh, we've got some promotions ready, though.
I'm sure you already know your way around the armory. Each of you has a locker here. But it's also where we announce field promotions, which I'm doing now.
Another bit of ribbon.
Congratulations. I realize now there should have been a cake.
So this is kind of neat. She looks a little worried. I wonder if it's because she's wounded. Anyways, promote. Ability to unlock. Promotion to rank Deputy Agent has unlocked Alpha Strike. Godmother fires the shotgun during the breach and will take their turn earlier on the timeline. Godmother also gains 1 bonus action on their first turn, 1 use per mission. Cool. Alright, promotion to Deputy Agent has been unlocked. Refresh. The gremlin heals all allies at their breach point for 2 HP, 1 use per mission. So it looks like Deputy Agent's abilities are all about your breach capabilities. Cherub. Promotion to ranked Deputy Agent has unlocked Phalanx. Enemies focus their fire on Cherub, ignoring all other XCOM units at this breach point. Block all damage and gain 1 charge per attack, 1 use per mission. That is a ridiculously good ability. Obviously, I need to pick when I want to use it, because all of the other missions that we've been on have been sort of like three breaches per round, but that seems like a really cool opportunity. All right, promotion to rank Deputy Agent has unlocked Levitation. Verge lifts an enemy into the air, removing their cover bonuses during the breach. Levitation cancels all alert or aggressive enemy behaviors. Okay, that's also going to be a really good damage mitigation one. So, looking good. I don't really want to train anyone right now because we've already got people working on other tasks. So I suppose at this point I need to pick. We're not ready for Old Town yet, and unfortunately, so Riverside, Highland Square, and Old Town are the ones that. So these are the guys. I mean, basically, all the places that got unrest are ones that don't have missions. So now I need to say, do I want Illyrium from the situation? Do I want credits from the situation? Now, again, it looks to me that we've been going through Illyrium a lot faster than everything else. So in this case, I think Renova Heights makes the most sense. So locate missing informant. One of 31 PD's informants has gone missing. Providing them with access to more sophisticated tracking equipment could help narrow the search. Setting the APC to resolve the situation will automatically advance the day. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, I am. We managed to locate and safely recover the informant without blowing their cover. 31 PD is extremely grateful. Assembly complete modular armor. Got 40 Illyrium, and unrest in Old Town has risen to 2. Okay, so we
Today,
have...
the City Council appointed Councilor Parada as Deputy Mayor until the upcoming elections. Councilor Vorthu expressed his displeasure after the session.
He opposed the bulk of Mayor Nightingale's policies. A new title won't change that.
The Deputy Mayor responded.
This is a trying time for us all. My goal is to keep the lights on until we elect a new mayor. No more, no less.
More as it develops. This is Celio Dash for Channel 37.
Alright, agents can equip armor mods in the armory, infiltrator weave, extra padding, and mock weave. Alright. Okay, breach explosives items made to distract and disorient the enemy should help cover our entrance. Breach tactical equipment, preparation is the key when breaching into an enemy encounter. Modular weapons or stock equipment from XCOM is serviceable, but for the threats we'll face, we'll need some extra modifications. And enhanced armor, retool the stock body armor weave for added resiliency. It seems to me like, so when it says priority, I'm going to believe it when it says priority, but clearly something that takes 8 turns and 70 Illyrium, we're not ready for that. So I think we'll put the points in modular weapons. Now, I am mildly curious to see whether or not we can actually start equipping some of this cool new, some of the cool new toys. So, body armor. Okay, so it looks like we need to build whatever the new toys are.
Our temporary field office has all the basics: weapons, comms, and ammunition. Supply is where we request everything else. As long as it's in the squad's budget, it's ours.
Okay, so let's see what we can work with here. I should have known that there would have been something like this, but this is probably where I'm going to regret not having credits. But the XCOM supply is where you buy all your core items and equipment. Items you unlock from assembly projects become permanently available here too.
We can get a sweet deal on combat-grade androids. I know, everyone hates them.
Okay, well, I don't see any point in blowing my budget on an android I have yet to use. So, extra padding will give me 1 HP for the agent. Infiltrator Weave gains the adaptable passive ability. This agent can use vent breach points. The Infiltrator Weave impels agents to otherwise inaccessible entry points. Mach Weave grants 50 dodge. Stock body armor with the Mach Weave anticipates and augments an agent's sudden movements. One big question for me is when it says this special ability, I wonder if there's some kind of a database inside of this which explains what adaptable is. So definitely some of these extra armor item. I mean, it's why I got that. Bonus. So. Auto keycard grants breach access through security door. Auto keycard uses brute force attack to push through any secure door. Breaching charge destroys walls to create a new entry point. Ceasefire grenade disables all firearms in a large radius. Disorients hostile targets in a large radius. Friendly units and squad members are unaffected. Medkit can restore 4 HP to a single agent. Smoke grenade boosts the defense of all units in the affected area. Tracer rounds, plus 5 aim to an agent when equipped. And trank rounds. If the target would be killed, they're rendered unconscious. Instead, unconscious units are captured at the end of the mission. This seems huge. Okay. Before I go crazy on this, I just want to see if I can find anything about that adaptive... Oh, agent abilities. I feel like this is a small oversight. So the thing is, like, so Infiltrator Weave is going to cost me 50. So I can see Trank rounds. I can see a huge benefit to Trank rounds because it's actually solving a problem that I've had before. So if I have to make a pick between Infiltrator Weave versus Trank rounds, I completely understand what Trank rounds do. I don't understand what the adaptable passive ability gets me, and I don't know quite what that's going to do until I equip it. So the thing is like, do I want to spend 50 credits when I have 200, almost a quarter of my budget, to learn what this special ability does? I will at some point, right? But in this case here, I think buying the Trank rounds is the way I want to play this. But it's very clear I'm going to start going for the I'm going to have to start going for the credits now. Now I'm gonna find out that these are like a once only use item or something like that, but can't be helped. All right, so we still don't have any news on. We still don't really have any news on Old Town. We're just gonna have to wait the day for it. So we can do Hot Tip, which will get us. Actually, you know what? So both of these will get me the same thing. So this is a moderate difficulty with an extra padding armor mod or an advanced stock weapon mod. Both tempting. Extra padding gives me extra HP. Well, you know what? Okay, so I was originally going to say, well, this just saves me the money of buying one, but maybe that's not the right way of thinking about it. Maybe the right way of thinking about it is I want to get the advanced stock because it's not something I can buy right now. So need a ride. Word from the Viper's Nest, a local smuggler requested our help in evading an imminent attack. In exchange, we'll receive information on our opposition.
If we're lucky, we can reach an endangered VIP before hostile forces arrive. Our goal is to extract the VIP before hostiles can overwhelm the position. Get to the evac and get out.
Now, you like the look of the map? Blueprint sort of looks like a holographic. It's neat, especially too because, of course, we've been spending 2 games of XCOM now looking at a global map. So again, everything is very sort of micro level and individual focused, and I think it's really interesting for that. So we have one projected encounter. This is going to be advantageous for us because we can use all our big fancy new abilities.
Friendly VIP ready for evac. Hostiles on the move.
Okay, best for last. Last unit through this entrance is guaranteed to land their shot. Well, that means... So I'm still going to put Cherub at the start. I'm actually going to put Godmother at the end, though. So we'll do Terminal, Verge, and then Godmother, who has kind of the most damaging weapon. So
stay behind me.
All right, so we've got Phalanx. Phalanx reduces damage to Cherub and allies, fully preventing damage from the target. Whoa, hang on. That's not what they told me before. Enemies focus fire on Cherub, ignoring all other XCOM units at the breach point. Block all damage and gain 1 charge per... Yeah, I'm gonna do Phalanx. So now the rest of the people can clean up the rest of the bad guys. Ooh, actually, these guys are tough. Seems to me I want high probability. No, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to spread the love. So we are going to do some damage to... Oh no, that's 41. So that's that's not enough damage. Okay, so I'm gonna try and turn some of that into some.
VIP in sight.
Oh, wait a minute!
I see the target.
I've been thinking about this all wrong. So I spread out the damage, thinking that I was gonna go in for physical, for like physical non-lethal takedowns, but that's the whole reason why I bought the tranquilizer shots. So I kind of screwed this up, but I should be able to work my way through this. So let's think a little bit about what the turn's going to look like. So this Legionnaire is going to be working in turn 3. So Cherub has his shield bash. The question is, what does... Okay, so Smuggler... Wait, really? No, the Smuggler is VIP. Okay, yeah, so this is the first move that I can do before this scary Legionnaire does his move. So, let's take Cherub to... Yeah, we'll give him... We are going to do the charge bash. I'm a little nervous about this Bruiser, if I'm completely honest, but can't be helped. Neither of these are very good options. This trooper is going to be able to flank him, though, so I'm going to move him around the corner and he'll hunt her down.
Expunging target.
It's a pretty hard hit. Okay, so the important thing to remember is that this trooper is no longer active. So what I want to be doing now is focusing on the next people who will be moving. This Bruiser here, although I don't think there's a whole lot that I can do about him. So what are my chances here? 56. I'm going to take my chances that Verge is not going to get taken down.
Moving! Cover me!
And hopefully this gives me a flank. Ooh. It's a little nerve-wracking.
Locking down target.
Looks like the shield doesn't do anything. Okay, so similar story here. I want to be thinking. I don't want to think about the. I don't want to think about the units that have already moved. I want to be thinking about who I'm focusing on. Sorry, I want to be thinking about who's going to be moving next. So Hitman over here is the next one to move. This is actually going to be a little hard. So if I do a stupor on... Yeah, I think this is the right call. I just want to make sure that they're in a protected location for the... for when the enemy replies. Okay. This will, I promise this will make sense in a little bit. So I'm gonna hit this guy with the stupor.
My mind over yours.
So the reasoning behind that is the person who's flanking this unit is going to be taken out by the time...
Target weapon in sight.
Ooh.
Ammo out.
So I need to remember that stupor does not actually disable people. So if I reload, what does that get me?
Reloaded.
It gets me next turn with Cherub. So that was that wasn't quite what I expected, but I can still see this thing working. All right, these might explode if it's anything like the original XCOM. And we're on to the next turn, so I think we're just gonna run and bash this guy as much as possible. Oh!
Thought I had it.
Okay, I want... Ooh. This is gonna get a little nerve-wracking. I'm actually gonna make it... Just on the odd chance that the car blows up, I'm actually gonna commit him to this dash. I need to be very careful about protecting this, though. Okay, I got lucky they didn't flank the target. So again, this trooper is not a huge concern for me right now. What I want to be focusing on are the people who are going to be moving next turn. This hitman is a pretty prime target. This is tricky. It's the guy in the stupor who moves next, so I can't really afford to... but Verge gets to move immediately afterwards. Okay, I'm gonna make some fairly bold plays.
Headed worm needed.
Okay, good. We should be able to get rid of this guy now. Ooh, maybe not. All right, I'm gonna make a big assumption that I'm gonna be able to take this guy out. There's no assurances whatsoever that this is gonna work, though. Yep. My healer's in a tough spot now.
Target weapon in play.
Okay. That's not as bad as it could have been. So let's start taking some pieces off the board. I think so we made the right call by moving away from those vehicles. Enemy reinforcements will soon enter the encounter. After entering, new enemies will be added to the timeline. So, at this point, we want to start taking people out pretty quickly. All right, so this guy gets an Overwatch. That's a bit unfortunate. Well, we need to, yeah, okay. So we definitely need to take out the guy in position 3, otherwise he's going to get a free attack, and we wanted to avoid that, so.
I made the arrest.
Oh, wow, that's the extractions. Okay, but we're going to have bad guys showing up here fairly soon. I think I'm going to chance it.
Great, I'm out.
Oh, I screwed up big time. Okay, let's do the reload. I should have reloaded and fired instead of. I forgot that I was affected. So this is going to get a little complicated because I don't think this. Yeah, that's not a great to hit. So they get to reply, and they also I'm assuming are going to
Engaging
disable...
target.
Oh, okay, I got lucky. And they still get an
No
Overwatch.
ammo.
So yeah, I've kind of been really blowing it on this mission. Fortunately, it's pretty forgiving. So I'm gonna assume this is not the end of the mission. Yeah, that's a little bit of a concern, but we should be able to get the the target to some degree of safety, unless they get to Overwatch.
Get moving.
If they Overwatch, then I'm in big trouble. Okay. We're good. Okay, so unfortunately I can't fully take out the trooper. I wonder, am I able to... Okay, so I can't bash or shoot my way out of this problem. I think this is a time where I want to use Team Up to advance Terminal Up, because 2 people will be able to... take out this guy. So we'll run in with the charged bash. This saves me a little bit of ammo. And then she's going to be able to come in and mop things up.
Let me try again.
No need. This will also give her some cover. Notice we're still at full ammo with Terminal, so if things get really hairy, we're in good shape. Now, the important thing here is we're probably not going to be able to take out this person. It's possible if I had Godmother move up, but I'm going to assume that I'm not going to be able to take this guy out this turn. So what I want to do is I want to take the VIP. I want to put them in the safest position that's closest to the extraction point, which in this case is right here. I sort of misread what I was supposed to be doing on this mission, so I'm doing a little bit of cleanup in terms of my overall positioning and whatnot. But we should be in reasonably good shape. I'm gonna get a quick shot off with Verge, although it does put him in a little bit of danger. I could try Stupor as well. Stun for 1 or 2 actions, add them to the neural network. I don't really know what the neural network does. Okay, actually, let's give it a shot.
Give me your mind.
So if that stops them from moving, that's really good news for me. Okay, it didn't, but that wasn't fatal, so...
Cover me while I reload.
Alright, that's a bit unfortunate that I have to reload, but we'll make the most of it. And in this case, if I want to fire, it's 87% chance, so it's not perfect, but... Well, got what we needed. And I'm not as really worried about these guys anymore, because I'm fairly certain we're going to be able to get the VIP out. So this unit is moving first. That's important for me to remember. And the real danger comes to Verge. So I don't want to ignore that possibility.
Thought I had it.
This is basically the same logic that I employed last time. It's a couple of melee attacks that preserve my ammo and whatnot. We'll be able to rush the VIP to the extraction zone. It's neat to see how... It's actually really neat to see how, if you notice, it's now 3 people who are going to be... Oh, maybe it's not 3 people who are going to be arriving. It looked like the number of people who were going to show up as part of the sort of the added baddies. It seemed like that was increasing, but maybe I was misreading that. Okay, but it looks like we do need to extract the rest of the team, so I really need to be reading the objectives at the beginning, because I'm clearly not doing this in a very efficient way. I know there's a possibility that Verge may be taking damage here, so we'll get a quick pot shot off on the trooper if we can. I suppose the alternative would be I can try the Stupor again. You know what, let's roll the dice. Oh, that's a lucky... Well, I mean, it says stun, but it doesn't mean... Okay. So with that in mind, Let's take the opportunity to get a move. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to move to...
On the move.
I'm going to move to a better spot. I'm actually going to set up the Overwatch. Now, notice they've changed Overwatch, so in this case you pick sort of an angle that you're looking at. Fortunately, we know where the enemy's coming, so...
Heading to location.
Covering flanks.
Okay, apparently I don't get... I don't get the Overwatch. So the hope was that I could make a little bit of a better... I was hoping I could get a little bit more on the way to the extraction point. You know what? In this case, I'm going to risk a dash. It's just because if I stand and fight the whole time, I'm not going to be any closer to getting out of this mission. So it's going to involve assuming a little bit of risk. Trying to do the highest expected damage, but...
Heading over.
Alright, that's going to be a nasty flank on the target that I don't want to get hit. Alright, Verge is a very, very lucky man. So we need at least one more turn before he can get out of here. So let's see how we can make the most of this. This does leave him open to a flank from that trooper. Yeah, that's going to be 2 moves. Okay, so the smarter move is to move him up here.
Crossing over.
Normally I would have put him...
I'm here if you need me.
I normally would have put him in this sector here, except that this trooper is going to move before Godmother does, which means that he would have potentially gotten a flank on Verge, who doesn't have the... doesn't really have the health to buy that, to be able to sort of afford that. So I think I'm going to try and do another stupor to try and buy me some time. I will get Godmother to fire some shotgun shells if at all possible, but I don't want to dedicate too much to...
Target engaged.
Ooh, that's some nasty damage. Actually, that trooper might be able to take him out.
Come on, fight!
Drat. Alright, so that's probably going to be a Scar. Here's what we're going to do, though. We'll stabilize... Oh, can I not Gremlin stabilize? I guess I've already used my Gremlin. Well... Definitely time for me to learn the ropes. Oh, because it's Godmother.
Stay close, okay?
I think at this point we're just going to try and run everyone out. Oh, this is going to be awkward.
Moving out. Boxing in target.
Heading to location.
All right. So I have been pretty lucky on this mission. That's still a good rating, though. Okay, so the smuggler's information was dated, but still useful. We'll cross-reference with our current investigation and see what sticks. 8 rounds to complete, 1 encounter, no enemies killed, 9 captured, 6 civilians rescued, no civilian casualties, and from 9 captured enemies, you've earned 20 intel. So yeah, I definitely need to be paying closer attention to the effects of the mission. I still have another hour left in me, but if you guys don't mind, I'm going to take a very quick second to go to the bathroom. It'll be like 45 seconds, but I do need a minute. I'm also feeling still a little fuzzy from my really bad sleep schedule, but I will take it through to the proper 1 hour mark, and I will I'll be back in a minute. See you guys. All right. Thank you for putting up with me. Fun fact. Someone in my apartment has been singing quite literally all day. Well, not my apartment, but my apartment building. I was woken up by it, and they are still going. And yeah, I'm glad they're coping. I'm just really mad that I have to suffer for it. Anyways, so we got the advanced stock, 25 intel, another 20 from captured enemies. Unrest in downtown has risen to 2. Unrest in Old Town has risen to 3. From the archives, Advent used to house us in the Fringe's cramped old world buildings. Then the war ended. Advent went to detention camps, and everyone in the Fringe moved to Advent's now vacated Highland Square homes. So where did all the former Advent go when the camps let them out? You guessed it, the same buildings they forced us to live in during the occupation. Stay out of Bugtown, a local's guide to City 31. Torque has completed the spec op, Illyrium Sting.
Grey Phoenix is abducting aliens with highly technical skills. Engineers, scientists, and technicians. Put an end to the abductions so these people can return to their families.
All right, active operation, recover abducted aliens. Grey Phoenix is abducting aliens with highly technical skills, engineers, scientists, and technicians. Put an end to the abduction so these people can return to their families. Exactly what we just heard.
Reports confirm significant unrest in City 31. Without the city's trust, Reclamation cannot investigate effectively.
Anything we can do about that?
Results can earn back the public trust. We're here to keep the city safe, so there's no better way than doing just that. The City Council has approved Reclamation's use of field teams. This will keep a lid on unrest, but with community support, they can do much more.
District unrest has risen. Visit the city map to view to learn more. So let's just take a quick look here. District unrest is how we tell how bad things are getting in the streets. It makes missions harder as it rises. When it fills up, it starts to add city anarchy. City anarchy is the ultimate measure of City 31 stability. If that gets out of control, you will fail the campaign. District's unrest rises when its targets are ignored. We can't respond to every target every day, so we must choose our targets carefully. District unrest falls when we complete missions in that district. If a district reaches full unrest, it starts to hurt city anarchy. When any district is at max unrest, one city anarchy is added at the start of each day. So, Old Town is a very high priority because failing to do this mission means that we're, it means that we're in an even tougher spot. So we can definitely see. This is the time. Really is the time for me to focus on doing this mission. Please build a field team in any district before. Okay, well, let's say this one. There are 3 types of field teams: security, finance, and technology. Each is focused on a different resource. You'll be able to upgrade field teams to increase their income value and unlock other effects, or switch to a different type. Field teams cost intel and increase in price as you build and upgrade more field teams of the same type. With the intel price increasing as more of the same field team types are built, it is more cost efficient to diversify rather than focus on one type. Free field teams can be earned as a reward and can be used to build a new field team or upgrade an existing one. Okay. So, in downtown, 20 credit income, 15 intel income, 10 Illyrium income. I have an idea. You can now build field teams in City 31 districts. Field teams help control district unrest and generate resources. You've been awarded 1 free field team to get you started. I think they need to put that before I put it down. Field teams are your main tool aside from missions and situations to influence the city map. Continued investment in them will reward powerful map effects, extra resources, and improve the capabilities of your HQ in general. Now, unfortunately, I thought it was going to be 50 after the freebie, so my original plan was to put the extra finance in. Well, you know what, we can still afford it, so get one in here right now, because we're very likely to go to Old Town. Intel is one of the 3 resources reclamation requires. It is spent to buy or upgrade field teams on the city map and to buy exotic items in the scavenger market. So I'm not ready to upgrade this yet. The field team's abilities are now available to be used on the city map. The vigilance ability is ready immediately, which can lower unrest in a targeted district. More unique field team abilities can be unlocked by upgrading and purchasing more field teams. Field team abilities target a district or City 31 overall, each with a unique and powerful effect. They have no cost but require multiple days to recharge before they can be used again. The requirements to unlock each ability and cooldown time can be found in their descriptions. So I kind of want to be putting field teams down in places where there's unrest. So I'll put one down in Highland Square. This is the last one that I can afford. So I mean, I could do another finance one, but I do want to do get some diversity in. So in this case, we'll get the intel down. And we're out of the intel, so vigilance field ability. Okay, so I'm actually going to use vigilance in Old Town. That's just to make sure that the mission gets a little more straightforward for me. Situation target to reveal the scavenger market has appeared on the map. Well, as much as I'd like to do that, I kind of feel like I need to do the mission first. One thing I am curious about, though... Oh, agent scars. Okay, here we go. So, if an agent was badly hurt in combat, they can receive a scar. Scars hurt an agent's core stats. The effects are permanent until the agent completes training to heal them. Agents earn scars, which will lower a core stat when they start bleeding out in combat. They also have a small chance to earn a scar if they are wounded and below half HP. Scars can deepen if an agent is scarred again, which lowers the stat even more. They can also start deepened if an agent is left behind on a mission while bleeding out. Every scar also unlocks a training program, which can be used to remove it, no matter how deep it is. So now we know the consequence of being careless with my agents. So obviously Verge, so it's going to cost me 2 turns through mental and physical preparation. Agents become more resilient to wounds and combat damage. Marksmanship, prioritizing target selection is critical. Agents who lose this focus may benefit from a refresher program in combat marksmanship. Removes blunted crit chance scar. Yeah, so looks like we get to put the rookie in. I don't really have any credits to play with, so... And I'd love to send someone on Spec Ops, but it looks like I don't have anyone else to work with. Oh, actually, but we do have some special goodies, so... So it might be that we're not able to modify the weapons. Yeah, I'm assuming it's because we didn't have... I'm assuming it's because we haven't finished our assembly job yet. So, it seems to me our only real option here is to do the Old Town mission. It'd be fun to do the scavenger market. Well, okay, actually here's a question here. So if I click on this, the scavenger market is like XCOM Supply, but the items it offers are a lot rarer and more powerful. The market is available for 1 day at a time, and only after completing a mission with the scavenger market reward. So I'm not 100% sure what happens to the mission, but I think I'm actually going to try this, because the game is pointing me towards it, and 1 extra anarchy I think I can live with. So our contact at the Viper's Nest has provided access to our network of scavengers. We can reach out and see if they found anything of interest. Unlock the scavenger market. Send the APC to resolve the situation will automatically advance the day. Are you ready to no, okay, so, no, I'm actually going to do the mission. I changed my mind, so. It's rated difficult. Well, we're still going to do it. A tip on the Grey Phoenix trafficking operation led to a popular nightclub in 31 PD, thanks, led to a popular nightclub. 31 PD thinks Grey Phoenix moved dozens of aliens through this location. Find any data before they shut the place down. -1 unrest in the Old Town district and 40 credits.
When hostile forces feel overwhelmed, they may attempt to cut their losses in a spectacular fashion. They might destroy evidence or activate a bomb as you approach. Whatever the case, stop them.
So this is definitely, I mean, this is going to be a tough mission on its own. But also we've got Torque, which doesn't actually have any special abilities. So I need to be quite a bit more thoughtful than I was on the last mission. And I'm also going to be a little bit more careful in terms of using all of my special abilities at the start.
This club used to be the heart of an alien trafficking operation. 3-1 PD never figured out who was behind it. Now Grey Phoenix is on site. We think they're here to clear out evidence of their connection. Don't let them.
With pleasure. I'm happy to punish anyone who holds a leash.
All right, everything sucks. So Skylight, Rush, unit's turn jumps forward to directly follow the previous agent's turn. Rush, unit's turn jumps forward, directly follow the previous agent's turn. All units entering here get plus 25 defense for 1 round. Ready for anything, all units through this entrance gain 50 dodge for 1 round. Okay. Actually, I'm going to put Torque here because she's already got dodge. I'm going to put Terminal for the... No, I'm going to put Cherub in because this seems to be... I still need to I need to figure out exactly what the numbers mean.
Breach!
Yeah.
Breach! Breach! It's go time!
All right, so just everyone's aggressive is what this means. Nice. All right, so it doesn't really matter who. Not looking good. I think this one we're going to do a phalanx for. A lot of this is just trying to get pieces off the board. Alright, so turns out that phalanx... So my hope was that the phalanx would protect the entire team, so I just wasted that really good ability on something that wasn't worth it in the end. But that's fine. Let's see how we can make something out of this.
Moving.
Where? Oh, I see.
The cover might still apply, and then I'll be really sad if it does, but... So right now I'm just trying to take pieces off the board before they act. Alright, so this Legionnaire is almost certainly going to... So if I do tongue pull on... Oh, I can do that on allies. I didn't even think of that. Tongue wraps up the enemy, dealing damage and preventing them from acting on their turn. Bound enemies cannot be targeted by XCOM for risk of... Alright, you know what? Let's give this a shot. I want to see how this works. Alright, missed, so... fortunately, it doesn't end my turn, so... I'm not going to be able to take this guy out, but it's still to my advantage to do some of the chip damage. I can't really move him out, so... Alright, so they're going to be a little hard to... Gonna be a little hard to work with, but... Now, I'm in a bit of a lucky situation here, because I should be able to do the charge bash on this Legionnaire. But it's not enough to take him out. Alright, that's a bit of a pity. So if I do the charge bash... See, I can't put him behind good cover either. So, knowing that I'm not really going to be able to put anybody in a safe... excuse me, safe spot relative to that Legionnaire, I think the smarter thing for me to do is try and take out this Python. Alright. It's a lot of damage for Godmother to be taking on the first turn, but we'll do a safeguard just to get ourselves a little more secure. I'm doing this because I know the rest of the mission I'm still going to need this character. And then now the rest of this is really just about getting whatever chip damage I can. It's unlucky. Okay, so, the best version of this story, Godmother is able to dispatch this Legionnaire. Well, I think it said it'll already do 2 damage no matter what. Let's hope they were right.
Arrested the target.
Good. So now I have 2 characters that can do damage to this Legionnaire, so we should be in good shape. I'm obviously going to try and set myself up for as many flanks and just maximum damage as I can. Yeah, good news. I don't think it really matters how we do this. I think I'm actually going to try... I'm going to try just getting up close and personal and firing. This is because I hope that I get to keep my charge for the next room.
You're approaching a VIP area. Not our kind of VIPs, the actual, original, non-euphemistic VIPs.
A room full of VIPs would be the mother of all hostage situations.
Oh man, so everything's miserable here. Explosive entrance, all non-aggressive enemies guarding this entrance are surprised. Quick snare, first unit through this entrance will be routed for 1 round. Okay. Cherub's gotta run in first if we use the explosion. Well, no, you know what? Let's not waste that. I'm gonna commit everyone to the main door, because it looks like it's just too aggressive, which I think we should be able to handle. I'm not quite ready to do the refresh yet.
Stay behind me.
Oh! So the cost for doing that little stunt was that I now have a really tough time getting this evidence. Alright, what's a charged bash gonna get me? That's pretty deplorable positioning. Alright, let's see if I get lucky. I do not. So again, the important thing for me to keep in mind is that this guy has already moved this turn, so I don't want to take them out unless I don't have any other option. I don't have any better options. Guy inside this room is going to move next, so I want to be a little mindful about potential down. Well, you know what? I'm actually going to do some big risky plays here. So that was the this was the cost for that choice. Now the trick here is that if that would have worked out, then I would have my units free to deal with this whole situation over here. What I'm going to do instead, though, I'm going to let Terminal run up. Now I'm curious if I actually get to shoot at the thing that's finding Godmother. I do, so good news there. So now the rest of this is a bit of a cleanup job. Yeah, well, no surprises there. I should have actually did the wrong subdue. All right, so at this point I need to start.
Okay, I'm moving.
I don't know exactly what I'm saving this shield charge for, but oh, I forgot. Godmother's already. All right, I'm definitely going to need to use that heal whether I want to or not. So we'll. I should have thought about. I saw. I was gonna say I saw who. I saw who was in the order, but I didn't.
Activity in the parking lot. Looks like they're wrapping up. Heavy guard on that laptop. That's it.
This evidence. It should lead us to where they're holding the aliens, right?
That's the hope.
Good. Families belong together.
So what I meant to say was I wasn't thinking about the fact that Godmother was in that list, so I just signed her up for damage needlessly. I could have been able to take that thing out, but that's fine. That's why we learn. Okay, so lots of damage now. This would have been perfect if I had that everybody targets the kinetic guy. All non-aggressive enemies guarding this entrance are surprised, but it looks like, well, there's 8 on both, so it's the last chance for us to use everything, so everybody's got to use their special abilities if they've got them. This is going to be a hard one, but
making a path.
Hey, Kignick, how you doing? I'm not bad. I'm really tired right now, but I'm sticking through it to get as much Chimera squad in as I can. How are you doing tonight? Okay, so obviously the aggressive one is the top priority. Okay, Alpha Strike, what does that give me? Godmother fires shotgun during the breach and will take their turn earlier on the timeline. Godmother also gains 1 bonus action on their first turn, 1 use permission. So, again, we do it on the aggressive guy. Nice. So now I want to focus again on taking out as many pieces off the board as I can, or alternatively, I just try and weaken the biggest threats. I think I gotta go for the 100% strikes. But yeah, there's a lot of enemies that I'm gonna have to contend with here. This is gonna get a little scary, I think.
That's the evidence. Don't let them wipe that data.
Oh boy. All right, so add her here, add her here, add her here. They're all reasonably weak targets, though. So if I play this right, I should be able to see myself through. I've got 2 people who are able to act. So first question is, do these charge bashes... Okay, so these charge bashes are able to take out the priority targets. Okay, so it says Godmother has 3 actions available. I'm going to assume... well, I do get the multiple targets cone. This is definitely a risky play. In fact, I think now would be a really good time for me to move Terminal up the ranks. So my scatter shot, how far does that really get me? Problem is, I don't know if that includes the adder. Let's roll the dice and see if it gets me what I need. That sucks. That really needs to be better communicated. Okay. That's fine. We'll make the most of the situation we're in. We know that one of these adders is going to be able to take their turn. So let's just let's work with the hand we've been dealt.
Watch your flanks.
So I got a 76% chance versus an 80. I got to take the 84. Okay, so I know she's going to get tied up with a heal. Actually, she's probably going to get flanked and killed by the paladin.
We didn't want this.
All right, that's definitely having some mercy on my team right now. Godmother was not in a good way for that. It's possible she'll still die to the poison because I don't necessarily have anyone in position to deal with that. But let's think about who's going to be moving in the next few turns. Let's deal with the most urgent issues. So I think right now this adder in position 5 is the one that's making me lose sleep at night. So this does put me in... I'm a little exposed, but I'm going to trust my teammates to be able to deal with the bad guys. Ooh, this is not the time to be grazing, my friend. Yeah. Okay, I'm actually going to rely on... I'm going to let time help me with the... Well, hang on. Is that guy in range? Okay, I'm going to put Terminal in a lot of risk doing this. But it's nice to know that Godmother's been taken care of. And now I can focus on... So what I want to do here is I want to try and take out the Paladin first. So again, that damage sucks, but it doesn't kill them, so... Holy crap. I'm hoping that's next turn that he gets that. You're kidding me.
Don't sleep on the job.
That's brutal. I mean, there's only one way I learn this stuff, right? By the game kicking my ass, but that's a pretty nasty way to learn. Okay, actually that's cool. So the Legionnaire gets killed if the connection gets severed. So that was definitely a tough one, but trafficking data retrieved. Grey Phoenix moved the aliens here, kept them in the back rooms, and then shipped them out with the deliveries. But the back rooms aren't cells. The doors lock on the inside. The data suggests that they were protected, not imprisoned. So 6 rounds to complete, 3 encounters, 1 enemy killed, 17 enemies captured. I wonder how... Oh yeah, no, the Legionnaire got killed. 4 civilians rescued, 2 gravely wounded, 1 lightly wounded. So we get a fair rating. I suspect there's going to be a few scars that we need to recover from that. So we definitely took on more than we could really handle on that one, but lessons learned. All right, from the archives, are you ready for some old world nonsense? Next Thursday is our 2nd annual Boots and Chats night. Humans, prepare to gyrate your extremities as though you have no actual concerns. Extraterrestrials, come see what the humans once considered music. Addendum, after last year's incident, management insists that you do not bring cats to Boots and Cats night. From Viper's Nest poster. -1 arrest in the Old Town District, 40 credits, 35 Illyrium collected as evidence, 20 intel earned from captured enemies, and Old Town is now lowered to 0. 0 unrest.
Nice work. City 31's alien population is safe from Grey Phoenix abductions.
Alright, find weapon suppliers. From what we've seen, Grey Phoenix is armed with restricted weapons. We don't know their source. That's where you come in. Determine where they're getting all their toys. So remove trafficking data detailing the whereabouts of people thought to be captured by Grey Phoenix. Doing so ended the abductions of local aliens. Alright, actually there's only 1 agent with a scar. Unfortunately, we're still training someone, so... Oh, and we can unlock a new agent. This is very welcome. So, we've got Zephyr, close quarters, high mobility, crippling blow. Agent punches an enemy and inflicts one of several status effects. This effect is either disarm, disorient, stun, or root. This attack cannot miss and will trigger momentum. Fearless advance. Zephyr blitzes towards the enemy and melee attacks them after the breach. This will position Zephyr near the enemy. If the enemy was alert, their alert breach action is cancelled. High aim. Not the best health, but pretty mobile. Claymore. Explosives, AoE breaching. There is never a red wire. I am lucky if there are even wires. 9 health, 9 mobility, 65 aim, 40 will. Shrapnel bomb. Agent throws an explosive that detonates after several turns. The explosive does not deal damage through cover and can be targeted to detonate early. Does not end the turn if used as a first action. And then Shelter, Psionics, Ally Buff, Mental Attacks, 7 health, 10 mobility, 65 aim, 50 will, 50 psi. Relocate, Agent psionically swaps positions with targeted enemy or ally, does not automatically end the turn. That seems like a really cool ability, but I'm very fond of Zephyr. The crippling blow and just the fact that she moves so quickly, I think pushes it to the... I think that pushes it to where I want. How you doing, Totally Not Velkin? So, Old War origin, Australia. Prior to invasion, no confirmed past. Scattered records suggest that she was Australian, undergoing the hybrid amalgamation and psionic lathe procedure in 2021, approximately 14 years old. In the 2016 to 2034 occupation, officially created in 2021 per Advent records, transferred to City 31, worked as a loyal Advent soldier under the Psionic Network. Separated from the Psionic Network by the Skirmishers Resistance faction, joined the Skirmishers and quickly rose in their ranks, operated primarily in City 31's region. 2035 War for Liberation, fought Advent alongside XCOM for the duration of the war, was present for the fall of City 31, 28 years old, and to the present, left the Skirmishers at the war's end, applied to the Reclamation Agency after failing to uncover her human past, recommended for Chimera Squad by multiple XCOM soldiers she once fought beside. Hi, Ed Baver. Promotion to rank Deputy Agent has unlocked Toxic Greeting. Torque spits out a blast of poison at a target. The enemy will remain poisoned for 2 turns.
Zephyr, you made it!
Yeah.
You grab a locker?
Yep.
Have everything you need?
Yeah.
Good talk.
No.
Okay. So we completed modular weapons. We should be able to equip that mod that we got. Agents can equip weapon mods in the armory, autoloader stock, and expanded magazine. Let's find out what those things do. So now we've got enhanced armor, which costs me 70 Illyrium, or improved field teams. Our field teams can do more than keep the peace. We can equip them to be more versatile. Field teams can be upgraded to rank 2. So I don't really need that right now, though. So weapon optics, fabricating our own optics will give us advantage in accuracy and position. Enhanced assault rifles, retool the stock assault rifle schematic for increased effectiveness. Wow, this stuff gets pretty expensive pretty quick. Yeah, maybe I will do the field teams. I don't have an agent I can assign to the... It's actually really interesting to see how... Oh, actually, that's not true. Well, let's assign someone to Spec Ops. So Godmother currently has a scar, so we can get her to Glad Hand for the extra credits, can get intel with the legwork, or Illyrium. I think in this case I actually want the credits. But that's going to take 3 turns, and I'm going to have my psionic back after 1. So you know what? I'm going to put her on assembly. We'll get Zephyr on the city map. So I'd love to put her on a Spec Ops, but it's pretty clear that I'm going to have to abandon it too early. Well, I mean, I suppose I could just lock her away for like 4 turns, but she's my shotgunner. Like, I don't really want to be throwing away that advantage. Scars are what happen if you, basically if your agent sustains a lot of damage on a mission or is taken out. So if you lose the agent, you lose the mission. But if you have to stabilize an agent after taking what would normally be fatal damage in a normal XCOM game, they get a scar, which lowers their abilities until you heal it. So it's the thing that kind of keeps you from just treating your team like they're expendable. And it turns out it's pretty inconvenient.
From what we've seen, Grey Phoenix is armed with restricted weapons. We don't know their source. That's where you come in. Determine where they're getting all their toys.
Okay. All missions. Unfortunately, downtown is where the hidden mission is. Old Town will go up by 2 if we don't deal with the weapon sting. So but it's a difficult mission. XCOM's Most Wanted. Okay. Wow, it's all difficult. All right, well, might as well go for Old Town, because at least this is one of our priority missions. So when 31 PD sets up a restricted weapon sting, they weren't expecting Grey Phoenix to show up as the buyer. Head to the meet and grab whomever Grey Phoenix trusts enough to send. I don't think I have enough intel. Well, no, hang on. I probably have enough intel to put a new field team in place. So in this case, tech. Quarantine field ability lock. Use it to prevent unrest from rising in a target district. Ooh, that's neat. Let's quarantine Renova Heights. I should be able to do that weapon mod when we load out, so... Oh, Zephyr's melee, like completely melee only. Very interesting. Okay. Torque is most likely to be, offense, like an offense unit. So The advanced stock, this weapon upgrade when installed will guarantee that even missed shots do a small amount of damage. Missed shots deal 2 damage to the target. So, I mean, the one problem here is that with tongue pull and bind, it's possible that this unit will not be doing attacks. But as it is with this, like with this crew, so like Cherub could be using the shield bash, Terminal could be healing people, Torque could be binding people, Zephyr doesn't have like it'd be really funny if I could put tranquilizer fists. But yeah, like the fact of the matter is that every person I have equipped will potentially be using their special abilities in a way that means they don't get the advantage of the stock. It seems to me that Torque is the most built for doing ranged attacks. So, you like the Snake Woman a bunch? So apparently, in XCOM 2, they made the snakes look more feminine, and this led to the internet being the way that the internet usually is. And so apparently there are there are snake ladies, there are like snake strip clubs in City 31 as fan service. I'm glad you approved though. If you'd like, I can arrange an introduction after the stream.
Then we tracked a Grey Phoenix lieutenant to this factory. Move in and try for a live capture.
Successful shots on enemies will crit. Okay, great news. So the logic behind, there's not actually, to be honest, there's not a ton of logic behind most of these moves except for putting Zephyr last, because I would like to decide sort of what part of the building she rushes into first.
Reaching in.
Okay, so important thing to remember here is the phalanx, so we're not going to touch the Legionnaire. Instead, we're going to take everything else out. Actually, the Paladin's a pretty high priority too, but let's clear the adder. Toxic greeting, enemies damaging and mating. Not worth it. I'm just going to do the standard breach fire. Standard breach fire. Standard breach fire. Fearless advance charges towards the enemy after the breach. This better work. Nice. That is a badass ability. Just the way it looks.
That's the VIP. Subdue as able.
Okay, so let's take a minute here and see what we're up against. So that Legionnaire gets a move next turn. So if I want to take that guy out, I need to be doing that this turn. The question is, am I actually going to be able to accomplish that? If I don't, who is he going to hurt as a result? Okay, so I am going to team up with... sorry, I can't remember the name. Terminal. And this is probably going to be so that I can move Terminal rather than so I can take the guy out. So I'll do Charged Bash on this Python.
Let me try again.
And again, the idea here is going to be I'm actually putting myself in a position so that I don't... Well, I mean, I'm still going to be in danger of the Legionnaire, but I don't want to be sort of in an automatic flank where they're definitely in a safe position. So I'm going to do here is I'm going to move
Gotta
up.
get moving.
So, see, I can potentially take out this adder. If I do that, now I still have the chance. Okay, I hate that I'm doing this. Not worth it!
I go.
Alright, let's see what the consequences of my bad decisions are. Okay, the game is having a lot of mercy on my really risky play. This is the funny thing, knowing that I don't lose XCOM agents it's making me a lot more willing to be risky with them. Alright. So, this is inconvenient. I would have preferred to try and get rid of this python. Unfortunately, I need to do something... Well, you know what? Yeah, I get hit by the bind, so... As much as I don't want to do this, I do need to get Zephyr freed up. So we'll just clonk this python on the head.
Should have squeezed you unconscious.
So again, this is going to have consequences, but I'm going to be able to deal with these bonds a little bit better. So I may want to try and take advantage of... Oh, really? Yeah, so he's the next XCOM operative to go up, so I am going to do... Actually, I'm not going to do Crippling Blow. I am, however, going to punch the python.
Subdued hostile.
So that's specifically so I can free up Cherub. Alright, so in a similar spirit, let's try and get rid of this Legionnaire. Yeah, this gives me some cover.
Thought I had it.
This is not the best cover in the world, but this should give me what I need for taking out the Legionnaire. Now again, this adder is still going to be able to make the move. It'll probably tie up Zephyr, but I'm going to be... The reason why I'm okay with that is that Zephyr will be able to be freed up by Torque. Wow! I did not think that was going to be that bad of a shot. This could go really bad. Jesus Christ! I also did not realize that this guy could escape. Well, I see the point now. So, but I'm actually going to have to put some effort into subduing this guy. So Zephyr's going to need a heal, assuming they survive. Nope, they're dead. There's no way I can save them now.
Come on, fight!
I'm getting very careless. Okay. 0% chance of a tongue pull on them. So, I'll have to deal with them the old-fashioned way. Doesn't say what their damage is. can at least block their path.
I made the arrest.
Nice, okay. So now we clean up the riffraff.
On the run.
So here I'm just letting my guys tank up some damage because Zephyr was the only one that was in danger of dying, seeing as we've already realized that danger. At this point, it's just mitigating the problems that we're running into. So, for instance, I wanna make sure that I get Cherub out of the bind that they're in. But as long as I'm able to do that, I'm okay. Actually, Cherub might be in some trouble here. I really hope this shot lands. Okay, good. We also took him out. Alright, I've got one turn to either save... Well, no, we'll save them by taking out the enemies. So when they say difficult, they mean it. Good rating because mostly it was light damage, obviously one gravely wounded. That's almost certainly another scar, so we're in tough shape. Grey Phoenix is down one lieutenant. They have less restricted weapons now than they did before the meet, and they know that 31 PD is onto their weapons buys. All in day's work for Chimera Squad. 4 rounds to complete, 1 encounter, 1 enemy killed, 6 enemies captured, 2 civilians rescued. I'm assuming the enemies killed are because of Zephyr, but like I said, we don't have tranquilizer gloves. Alright, 2 days towards operation reveal, 35 credits, 20 intel. Fringe and downtown are looking pretty hairy. From the archives, Kelly, fill every tech vault to bursting and we're still waist deep in weaponry that one could use to end everything, given the proper motivation. Reclamation squads will embed with a locale, anticipate threats requiring our intervention, and remove the means to fulfill those threats. But each squad will support that locale, not supplant its leadership or police force. XCOM will never be in the business of telling people how to run their own societies. From Profiles of Restoration, Jane Kelly. The Verge has completed training, marksmanship. So Verge is back.
I have more background on the insurgents behind the mayor's attack. Just after the war, City 31 reached out to nearby resistance networks to help keep the peace. The insurgents belonged to a cell in the Shrike network. That network provided security before 31 PD existed. They left when the Global Council cleared aliens and hybrids for return to society.
Couldn't stomach protecting the people they fought in the war?
Seems that way. Since 2037, they've kept to the outskirts and swapped war stories at their watering holes.
Sounds like a dead end.
Maybe. Something drove them to carry out this attack. Keep your eyes open.
Also, totally not Velkin, I completely failed to appreciate you mentioning that you have Torque too. I think most people in chat already have this game. Which is good. I mean, like 50% off at the start on a surprise XCOM game, like announced a couple of weeks before release. Like it's pretty much a must buy for such a bold introduction. I'm really enjoying this. It's pretty much what the trailer led me to believe. I really like the individual focus. I'm noticing. So part of this is because I'm really, really foggy headed because of the lack of sleep. Is it $10 in the States? Wow, it's 20 in Canada. I didn't realize the exchange rate was that bad. I'm definitely feeling very foggy, and like I'm clearly, it's like after the fact I'm seeing that I am reacting to the immediate situation rather than seeing like the order of the turns and where I'm burning myself. I've got wonderful post-cognition on a lot of stuff where as soon as I lock in my moves, I can see where it's going to go wrong. I am rather surprised at how willing I am to throw away the lives of my agents, knowing that they're not actually permanently dead. But clearly...
The city is shaken by the untimely loss of our mayor. But with everything this city has been through, I have to believe we'll come out of this stronger than ever.
Let's not sugarcoat this, Roger. How can we feel safe when our duly elected officials are kidnapped and assassinated?
You're absolutely right. This is a tragedy. We can't forget or forgive.
But how do we move on? Tension can be felt on every street and in every home.
Together, Glorgo, that's how we move on. Throughout our city's history, we've faced many challenges and threats, but only together can we find peace.
Let's hope you're right.
I won't pretend to be any different. Totally not Valken. That's, you know. All right, so let's get Godmother up. We've removed the agents blunted, so it looks like Godmother also wound up with blunted. Given that she's the shotgunner, that's a particularly devastating one to miss out on. So she's going to be gone for 2 days. This makes me inclined to put Zephyr on a Spec Ops mission. I know it's going to take 3 days, but the extra goodies will be worth it. So it's going to be 3 days on the Spec Ops and then 2 days on training. Although we already knew that we'd be waiting 2 days in the training area. Let's get Verge back on the city map and let's get some promotions. All right, so Cherub. Actually, while we're at it, where's Cherub's biography? Cherub is from Estonia. Cherub belonged to the Empty Cohort, a batch of hybrid clones with full Advent training but no Advent indoctrination. The 2035 War for Liberation emerged from his clone creche, immediately befriended 2 XCOM soldiers, 0 years old, 18 physically. To the present, transferred to detention center. Exhaustive testing revealed no Advent sympathies despite being part of the Belismar clone line. Released from detention and recommended as a test case for XCOM utilizing skills of the Empty Cohort. Transferred to the Reclamation Agency after proving his capability. Requested placement in Chimera Squad at first opportunity. Reclamation HQ has observed his enthusiasm, improved morale of his squad on multiple occasions. Alright, so as a field agent, we can go for Generator. Cherub gains 1 charge at the end of each encounter. Or Guard, at the end of the turn, gain +1 armor. A half cover bonus even if flanked and become half cover for friendlies. Guard breaks after being attacked. So I'm assuming these are abilities. I kind of like the idea of Generator because it's a passive. I've noticed for most games I tend to prefer passive abilities because I just cannot be bothered to learn a new ability. I feel like a complete dummy for doing that. But I mean, getting a free charge is not nothing. That improves his. So what I like about that is you're able to improve the shield bash ability. The shield bash you get 2 moves worth. So it's a very long range attack that can be really effective for moving you, kind of zipping you around the battlefield. And I'm actually really, I'm really liking the melee capabilities. Although I'm not quite using my squad as efficiently as I should. All right, so let's find out about Terminal. Terminal, Old World origin, China. Prior to the invasion, only child of a factory worker and a cook. 2015 invasion. Parents died in the initial invasion. Her uncle fled with her to a relocation camp, 4 years old. 2016 to 2034 occupation. After uncle died of disease, she was effectively adopted by a doctor who lost her only daughter to the invasion. Transferred with her adoptive mother to a small town in the outskirts. Began apprenticing in her adoptive mother's medical office. After a punitive Advent attack wiped out her town, a resistance group pulled her from the rubble and brought her to safety. She exhibited a severe shift in personality. In the 2035 War for Liberation, combat medic for her resistance group, exhibited absolute fearlessness and saved hundreds of lives, 24 years old. To present, initially rejected for Reclamation Agency, but requested regular psionic probes to prove she was fit to serve, assigned to Chimera Squad after probationary period. So, she can sustain if Terminal takes enough damage to begin bleeding out. They are instead reduced to 1 HP and immediately enter stasis for 1 turn, 1 use per mission. Or pin down Terminal shoots non-damaging suppressive fire at a target to push their turn down timeline, 2 turn cooldown. Man, Messing with the timeline order is definitely a really cool ability, but so is basically a free resurrection. Which is that other ability. I think I'm going to go for the positioning. I'm going to try and be a little bit better at not throwing my soldiers' lives away. Let's see what the armory will give me. No, not the armory. Okay, expanded magazine. I've actually not had that much of a problem with reloading. So the stock, Mistronts still deal 1 damage. Auto loader, first reload. You know what? I hate to say it. I'm not crazy about these weapon mods. So I really do wish I understood what the adaptive passive ability is. Hang on, didn't I get a special armor? Apparently not. So like in the grand scheme of things, right? When I have enough money for it, sure, I'll give my soldiers stocks, especially because if I'm able to like reduce people down to 1 health, that's going to be nice for sort of some of the cleanup duty. But I think in the name of figuring out what the hell this thing does, I will buy an infiltrator weave. But you better believe I'm going to be annoyed if it doesn't give me a cool passive. Who do I want to give that to? Oh, does he? I wish I paid attention to that. Oh, adaptive. Okay, there we go. Naturally enter through rent. Okay, so yeah, that's annoying then. I wouldn't have bought that. So now I see what now I see how they do it. So gains the adaptable passive ability. This agent can use vent breach points. I thought it was adaptable in addition to vent breach points. So, but yeah, thank you for that. Totally not Valken. I mean, like, now that I see it, I completely get why it is. I definitely would not have bought Infiltrator Weave if I'm completely honest, but you know, now that I have it, who do I want to be more mobile? I guess Cherub. But see, Cherub's got the breach charge. So, all right. It's all situations. So we can review the crime scene for extra Illyrium, which you've got plenty of, or situation for the extra intel. I think we'll investigate the strange device. So, yeah, I mean, we haven't run into any events yet, so I'm probably discounting the ability. But we're kind of already covered with the snake. All right, investigate strange device. During routine bust, 31 PD uncovered a strange device that falls within our mandate. They politely request that we take it off their hands. This device has no clear connection with our current investigation, but someone continues to develop rogue tech in City 31. I'll inform headquarters. All right. Not looking good in downtown.
A large crowd consisting primarily of mutons protested the continued closure of the starport today, insisting on access to the facility. Artisan Glorva of the Shipworkers League had this to say.
Those starships are sacred territory.
To keep us from them is yet another cruelty, one we have learned to expect.
Jacinda Schultz of the Starport Authority responded.
Prudence is not cruelty. We can't allow access to the facility until it is deemed secure.
Channel 37, Celio Dash reporting.
I'm gonna buy the extra padding, I think. I wish I kind of understood exactly what 50 dodge gets me. I suppose one way I could check that would be to go to the loadouts. I know Torque's got some dodge. Oh, you know what? I bet it will say when I run into somebody who's got dodge, I think it'll tell me exactly how that affects the number. It might be something as simple as it's like a minus 20 to hit, in which case that's actually better than the 1 HP. You know what? I think I'm actually going to wait on spending those credits. I bet if I go into a mission, it'll tell me exactly what that gets me. And payday's pretty good. I am going to add another... Oh, I think we're going to lose downtown. Because I'm still 1 cooldown here, and I bet when it gets to 5 unrest, it's gonna move up. That's a pity. Put a field team where there's anarchy. I'm gonna boost the intel. So the reason I'm doing it this way, intel sort of affords me additional field teams.
As you know, our presence in City 31 is precarious. The City Council is divided on Reclamation's future, so we do the job we came here to do. Secure dangerous technology from those who seek to harm City 31. As Reclamation confirms intel on these bread-and-butter missions, we'll place them on the map. They can't argue with our mandate. Protecting the citizens of this city will help them understand our commitment.
Alright, this is also a difficult mission. There are no... What happened to the easy missions? 1 free field team. Oh, that's really welcome, actually. Urgent request from XCOM HQ. Chatter confirms an imminent attack on a local data analyst. They request our immediate assistance. I am just going to take a quick minute to see if growth industry is... yeah, that's also difficult. So, might as well go to Riverside. It's going to be a bit challenging. And I've changed my mind. I think I am going to put Cherub in the fancy body armor. I suppose the good news is that there's just 1 encounter. The bad news is every time there's been 1 encounter, I've taken a whole bunch of damage.
Friendly VIP secured. Push through hostiles to the evac.
Ah, yes. Okay, so I need to smarten up on these ones. All units entering here get plus 25 defense for 1 round. Okay, this will be good.
Reaching in.
I think I'm still gonna try the Phalanx. As for the rest of it, I might want to reconsider... Ooh, that's an ugly score on that Paladin. It's a guaranteed hit on the Paladin, but I still need to do a little... No, I can still do... I know how I can do the extra damage. I think I'm just going to try and set everyone up for some melee attacks next round. Okay, so I left a lot of people up on this round. I'm going to see whether or not this thing actually pays off.
Moving to position.
That's the VIP. Deliver that package.
Okay. So I'm going to take a quick look at this adder, which has got... Alright, doesn't say anything about the dodge. Bad luck for me. So... Does it make sense to try and pull someone up the ranks? That Legionnaire is definitely going to be a challenge, but then so is that adder. So what's my game plan for dealing with both of these? If I rush the Legionnaire, I definitely have enough to take him out. Okay, so yes, there is an argument for moving Terminal up. I'm gonna run this Legionnaire. I'm still gonna be open to flanks and whatnot, but I sort of kind of have cover.
Thought I had it.
Okay. So terminal go. Okay, so I've got an 81 there. I've got a 71 there. You know what? I think I'm just gonna stay put. Or no, because the physical attacks are guaranteed hits. Problem is that the hitman and whatnot gets an easy hit on. Well, you know what? I think I'll just take my lumps. You was on the fence about buying this game, then you didn't. Well, tall man alive. I mean, I did get a press key for this, so as you know, I'm gonna be I'm already gonna be enthusiastic about XCOM stuff, but I'm having a pretty good time with it. That doesn't mean that you'll necessarily have a good time with it, but it's a really neat, it's a really original take on. Oh, you know what? I neglected to think about how I'm going to handle the Paladin, but I'm still going to be able to deal with them, so we're in okay shape. Knowing that, I'm going to move my snake up. Ah, crap, I moved the wrong person. Alright, we're hunkering down and we are praying. Oh my god, no, I can't do that. Holy smokes. This is bad. I thought that was torque.
Distance matters not.
Again, game is very merciful when I make really stupid blunders. Okay, I get kind of a couple of free moves now then. So, let's see if we can get this to work. Oh, that's lucky.
Don't struggle.
Hey, Rob Stark. I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting a lot more pain for these screw-ups. Okay, so I gotta do at least 1 damage to this paladin, but that should be pretty straightforward.
Hostile is under arrest.
Didn't even need to worry about that. Okay, so now we get to clean up the mess I made last time. I do want to make sure that we're advancing. If you had a stock, you'd always do 1 damage. I know. Okay, so I gotta think about how I can keep my people moving up
Shifting position.
Not where I'd go.
That's funny. It's a 64. Yeah, we'll just do the 89 on the hit. See, the thing is, this unit actually doesn't really do that much damage. So I'm not really saving myself doing this. In fact, if anything, I'm going in the wrong direction, but this does let me take out the Legionnaire. Okay, so this is the VIP I need to extract. This is the extraction zone. I want to make sure that they're in cover. You know what? Nah, full cover. I prefer full cover.
Target weapon in sight.
Apparently these guys are now the XCOM of of attacks. Shouldn't this guy be getting 2 damage right now? Torque will take the rest of their turn normally. No, I gotta sustain it, because otherwise I just take up my turn with other activities, so.
Exterminate.
Okay, that's a bit scary, wasn't it? That's happening to the VIP. Can't subdue. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move as far up as I can. Let's just see the order in which things are happening. So I'm able to move Cherub and... Yeah, okay. So even though I'm opening myself up to a flank, I feel safe doing that because I should have... Ooh, not enough damage. Okay, now I'm in danger. How do I want to handle this?
Found a better position.
Keep moving. We've obviously got reinforcements coming up. You know what? I should have healed and then done the bash. Well, that's fine. I think in this case I will move up a little bit. And I'm going to take advantage of the hunker down. Now, there is going to be somebody who pops out on top of them. Right now, I want the extra defense.
Target weapon in play.
Okay, they haven't joined the fight yet. I also suspect I'm not going to be able... Oh! I will admit that was a little unexpected, that... Ah, okay, so I could only pull my teammates. That makes a lot more sense. You know what, I think I'm just going to move up. So again, we'll have to deal with the reinforcements, but we should be... Oh, wow. Again, I need to pay attention to what's actually happening as opposed to what I think is going on. This is a risky move, but it's possible that I can get rid of the hitman this round. Okay, cool. So the reinforcements should be fairly straightforward to deal with. So I definitely need to make sure that this python is dealt with before I move the VIP. So I figure we bash. So again, this is keeping Cherub from an extraction, but It's one of those risks I'm willing to take. Now, I'm not going to get Terminal to do the subdue because it's possible that'll only do 2 damage. So I'm just shy of what I need for that escape. That Viper is going to get a chance. Oh, see, you know what? I deserve what's going to happen to this guy. I am going to dash to the partial cover, but I don't... Oh, actually, this is going to be better. I forgot to use Terminal to heal this guy again. Ah. But I have other ways. I have other ways of ensuring that the VIP doesn't get harmed. Now I'm thinking with portals. So I can't target this adder because I'll damage my teammate. So what I'll do instead is I'll put Verge in a position to... So the idea here is I'm putting Verge in a position to protect, or to help with the extraction. There's the XCOM aim, I remember. Alright, so the aim now, I'm able to extract the VIP this turn, so I'm in good shape there. What I want to be doing is kind of having a more orderly exit for my team this time around. So... I gotta do it. Miss. Alright. That puts Terminal in a tough spot. I think actually in this case I'm gonna do a double move. Torque is the one who's in the biggest danger now. Okay, so if I let them go... Yeah, this guy gets to take their turn next, so... If I sustain the bind... This guy gets a free shot on me. I think I'm gonna release.
Breathe. For now.
And I'm just gonna Vamoose. Well, as much as one can Vamoose in this current position.
Slithering.
So far we haven't taken damage. I don't think that will... I don't think that will stay true. Yeah, right. But I am in a position to evac my team. So barring some catastrophic damage to my team, we're in.
Low on ammunition.
All right. So if I can get rid of number 4. Now you know what. I think we're just gonna evac. Ooh, there's 2 people who get to target my agent now, or get to target Torque now.
I'm going.
So I'm gonna safeguard Torque for the evac.
On the run.
I better hope that they can't bind. I'm assuming if they could bind, they would have done it already. Yikes. Alright, we got it.
Watch me move.
So that's some serious damage, but I think those risks were worth it. The data analyst tracks local exports and is essential to recovery in the surrounding area. Your efforts are secured the region's future. 6 rounds to complete, 1 encounter, 1 enemy killed, 6 captured, 6 civilians rescued, no casualties, and we got 20 intel for our trouble. So about half an hour past where I thought I was going to go. I think I'll try and go to the full 4 hours, but that means we've probably got about a half hour left. I feel bad about it because obviously we've got more people in here than at the start, and I'll be honest with you, I wasn't expecting us to get to this point because everyone is playing this game right now. So thank you for stopping by. Let's see what happened to downtown. From the archives, always hated Riverside. The people who lived there rolled over for Advent early in the occupation. Propaganda studios relied on Riverside locals for supportive sound bites. It's funny how quickly they changed their tune when XCOM won the war. It's different now, but I'd rather not give my business to people who are so willing to sell us out. Stay out of Bugtown, a local's guide to City 31. Okay. Godmother's back on the team. So let's just take a look at the city map here.
The continued protest of the starport's closure grew contentious as several terrestrial supremacist groups arrived to counter protest, said Artisan Glorva of the Shipworkers League.
These people share the beliefs of those who killed Mayor Nightingale. They seek to provoke us, while the city does nothing.
A masked spokesperson from Earth Above All insisted otherwise.
Alien pilgrimage? They want access to armed starships inside that port. Of course we're here to say otherwise.
More on this story as it develops. This is Celio Dash for Channel 37.
So I am going to do reduced district unrest. The problem is that we may not be reducing it by enough. Oh no, it's by 1. Okay, so we're we avoided doom. So we got 1 more day of Spec Ops for Zephyr. So let's the big question now is whether or not I want to put Godmother back on the team. So if I want to do my original team, yeah, you know what? Godmother, Cherub, Verge. Okay, I gotta keep training open because Zephyr's heading there, but I do have an idle agent right now, so field teams can be upgraded to rank 2. So it does say enhanced armor is the, well, you know, 70 Illyrium's a lot, but yeah, let's do it. And we'll assign torque for the time being. So there's a side of me that wishes I understood exactly what the... So, like, the way I think about dodge is... I definitely like thinking it as a probabilistic thing. So if it's like... If it modifies the to hit by, like, 50... obviously that's enormous. Like if a shot would do so, like this is obviously like the ridiculous explanation of what this thing would do. If like 50 dodge meant you got like a minus 50 on a 0 to 100 scale, and the average amount of damage that one of these weapons did was 4, then that's basically 2 health every hit. Like that's an amazing bonus. Whereas extra padding would just be like 1 HP per agent, and isn't so exciting. So because I'm not 100% sure what the Mach Weave is really giving me, I need to figure out exactly how dodge affects my expected damage. In this case, I'm just going to go for the certainty of the extra 1 HP. I don't think it's going to make the end. I don't think it's going to make a huge difference in the end. And as Valken. As Vulcan pointed out, if I had the stock on a bunch of stuff, I'd be guaranteed to do certain damage. But in this case, I think I'm gonna invest in the extra padding first, and then I can worry about all the other issues. So I can contact the scavenger market. Our contact at Viper's Nest provided us access to our network of scavengers. We can reach out and see if they found anything of interest. Alternatively, I could do the Illyrium Smugglers seems like the better call. Unless for whatever reason Highland Square like winds up getting overwhelmed with like I don't think doing a situation in this area will reduce the... It usually says that it'll reduce unrest. So I think I'm going to go for the cash just so I can buy more goodies. So Illyrium Smuggler, 31 P... Oh, actually, before I do that, I don't have enough intel to add another field team, it looks like. Yeah. Oh no, but I've got a free one. So, I've got finance. I could upgrade it to... Yes. I'm still going to do the Illyrium Smuggler, though. 31 PD has been unable to dismantle an Illyrium smuggling ring in this city. If we help locate one of their safe houses, 31 PD will turn over the impounded contents to us. That was unexpected. Another Illyrium smuggler in custody. The smuggling ring will likely go to ground for now. Zephyr has completed the op glad handing. Oh yeah, we got a ton of cash
City
now.
31 was slow to impound restricted weapons after the war. Some locals took advantage. Cutting off the flow to Grey Phoenix will disrupt the local arms trade.
Wait, retrieve trafficking data detail. Oh yeah, we've already got that. So.
Over a dozen were injured today before 3-1 PD could break up protesters clashing outside the starport. Commissioner Maloof condemned the fighting.
Of course, protesters should speak their minds. We want a war for that privilege. But 3-1 PD will not tolerate violent protest.
Artisan Glorva of the Shipworkers League issued a statement.
We follow your rules, and yet only mutons were injured today. If 3-1 PD can or will not protect us, we will protect ourselves.
This is Celio Dash for Channel 37.
The chatter, I quite like this chatter a little bit more than XCOM 2's. XCOM 2 wasn't bad, although it maybe got a little repetitive sometimes. What I really like about this one is, again, we've got this group of people, we've got this story that's being told, we've got biographies for all of these characters, and I rather like the kind of the news broadcasts give you this idea of the really active city, everything that's going on in the background. I think one thing that I like about this a lot is that while XCOM 2 had really good cinematics, had a really interesting story, this one I am sort of really invested in terms of just the developments in City 31 and the dynamics between the characters. I think it's interesting how well they've managed to sort of weave that into the game. So like, again, you know, voiceover while you're sitting in the city screen is nothing new. But I kind of like this idea of the progress and getting these glimpses about sort of what life between the former Advent forces and humans looks like. So, okay, so it seems to me that our only real option here is the bust weapons shipment. And you know what, guys? I'm really sorry to do this. I thought I was actually going to be done by now, so I am going to take another quick bathroom break. So I've been drinking a lot of coffee to try and keep myself a little bit awake. So again, it'll just be 45-ish seconds. I'll maybe refill my water while I'm at it, but we'll be back for the bust weapons shipment. So see you guys in just a sec. All right. Thank you again for your patience with it. I try to get that like sorted out before stream, but in this case here, I think I talked about this on the last stream. I've been having these really weird sleeping patterns, partly brought on by like the super long streams, like the 9-hour ones, and I've just finally gotten myself back into something of a sane sleeping schedule. And the drawback was I went to bed a bit late last night, but I still wound up getting up at about 6 in the morning. But once the press key for Chimera Squad came in, like I knew I was going to be playing it tonight, and I did want to go longer than the normal 3 hours. I was definitely really feeling the effects. So what I've been doing is I've been just pounding back coffee to try and keep myself ready to go, because I was thinking of like a nap at around 6, and I knew if I did that, I'd like be starting the stream at like 9. So anyways, we are going to do bust weapons shipment. There's a few reasons for doing this. I can't do a mission in Highland Square. This is the priority mission anyway. I did upgrade finance rank 2 specifically so that I can get the extra credits for... Oh, speaking of, I should buy some extra goodies for my team here. Let's actually start by looking at the loadout. So... you get the extra padding. We don't have... Okay. Do you have the infiltrator Yes. Okay, so if I can, 2 extra paddings. And on top of that, I'm going to try and get a little bit... So one way that I can get past my... one of the problems I'm running into, which is being a bit careless in terms of my turn orders, I need to get a little bit better at articulating exactly why I'm doing certain moves. So with that in mind, I was explaining what I was doing on the city map. So in addition to the fact that I already invested in finance, like the downtown mission is something that I knew I was doing already, which is why I upgraded finance. But there's a couple of other reasons to work with it. The only sectors that are going to be gaining unrest right now are downtown and the fringe. Now the fringe can afford the 2 unrest. I'm not going to feel uncomfortable about it because obviously in this situation I'm going to still have 2 neighborhoods with 4 unrest, and it's going to be 2 turns before I can freeze district unrest. So if I wind up in a situation where there are 2 missions in Highland Square and the fringe, I know one of them is going to go red, and that's going to be bad. So, you know, everything kind of points to downtown as the main mission. And then, of course, the other thing is that this is kind of my A-team. So it seems to me that this is the time. Oh, of course, it's very difficult. I'm curious if this one... That's just difficult. All right, well, you know what? We're going to have to confront this at some point. So 31 PT tailed Grey Phoenix from a weapons buy to some nearby docks. They're preparing to move them along the river. We should make sure that doesn't happen. -2 unrest in the downtown district, plus 95 credits, presumably plus 55 from the faction.
They try to sabotage infrastructure, damage crucial tech, or demolish evidence of their activities. Focus on any hostile attempting to destroy what you're there to protect. Hold fast and outlast their assault.
All right, so everybody's got the extra padding and whatnot. 2 projected encounters, so it's going to be... it's actually kind of neat that they say the projected breach options, so presumably here I could switch out team members if I felt that somebody would be better with the vents and whatnot. But in this case, I think this is the best we can hope for. We have night if things get particularly difficult. If I can, I'm going to try and reserve my special abilities for the second encounter, but we'll see what we're up against. All right, see you, Ed Baver.
Gray Phoenix moves weapons along the river. Their latest shipment is large enough to require our intervention.
This is our bread and butter.
Don't you mean baguette and jam?
I was trying to be inclusive.
Ha ha ha!
Jam is poisonous to sectoids.
But not butter?
No. Butter is delicious. Although I do find eating the churned remains of another lactating mammal a bit disturbing.
I really like some of the dialogue in this. Okay. Enemies deal -1 less damage. So does that mean they do +1 damage? During the breach. Surprise. Successful shots on enemies during the breach will stun. That's huge. Pinpoint. Successful shots on enemies will crit. So, I think I'm going to put 3 people on the main door. Let's say... Okay, here's what we do. Cherub, Terminal, and Verge on the main door, and then Godmother gets the crit.
Reaching in.
Breaching!
Okay, so got... Ah! That's a whole lot of aggression. Okay, so this is definitely a time for the Phalanx. And I hate the Paladin the most. Paladin is stun. I still want to take out Paladin. Stop the hostage taker. Who's the hostage taker? Ah. Okay, so... hostage taker moves at the end. I'm pretty sure my charged... Oh, my charged bashes are basically insta-kills. Okay. That changes everything. So, what fancy things can I do to stop the... Yeah, stopping the hostage taker is the thing that's the tricky part. I mean, I might have something of a... Yeah, you know what? Let's try it. Lucky. Okay, now unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything too exciting with the Python here. I might be able to sneak in a stun.
On the way.
Watch your flanks.
So if I do a stupor...
Give me your mind.
So the logic behind that is to basically stop them from being able to take their action. Which means I now get the advantage of my shotgun lady to fix the problem. I'll make sure that she's behind heavy cover. She has taken some damage, so... Alright, so the rest of this should just be clubbing the heck out of clubbing the heck out of an adder. So if I do the charged bash, it's not quite enough to finish the job, but I do have my... Oh, actually, she's not close enough, so you know what? Close range pistol will do the job just as well. Okay, so beyond a bit of damage on Godmother, we're in...
If Grey Phoenix thinks all is lost, they may destroy the shipment.
Ugh.
Yes, let's go before we all stink of fish slurry.
Alright, so we've got pinpoint, successful shots on enemies will crit, but we've got 6 people who are doing damage to us. Last unit through the entrance does +3 damage during the breach. Okay, I'm gonna do something that seems a little crazy. I'm gonna put Virgin first. Yeah. Again, this is gonna seem a little nuts, but I'll explain it. This order is specifically related to the abilities.
Time to breach.
Okay, so levitation. Alright, now this is the thing that... but... This is an important factor. None of them are aggressive, so I should be taking this time to shoot and kill. Paladins seem to be able to sort of supercharge people, so as much as I hate using 2 turns, I'm going to feel a hell of a lot better if this guy's off the board. So the problem is that I actually should have used her for the heal. Alright, let's just see. So not quite how I planned that. So I originally thought that people were going to be more aggressive. So with that in mind, I wanted the levitate to neutralize the most dangerous. Then I could get a heal in, and then the rest would just be targets of opportunity. But as it turns out, that's not exactly how it all worked. So what can this adder do to me? Maybe the better question is, who do I want to get taken out for a little bit? Maybe if I do a stupor on the Legionnaire. Also, where's the explosive? Okay, yeah, the explosive barrel is kind of tempting. I think I'm going to throw a stupor on the Legionnaire, just so I can get some tempo. Oh, and I still get a free shot. Okay, so I will fire the weapon. I don't normally like doing a risky shot like this, but this might free up Terminal to do something interesting. So let's see if we can take the adder out of the queue. Cool. Okay. So I know that the Legionnaire is down. So now the question is, do I want to do something about the Python? So the Python's going to require 2 attacks. It's going to need basically the 1 fire weapon. It's a very low probability of success. But I can still target the explosive beside it. And I guess Godmother would be the one to follow up with that. But here's what we're going to do first. So I'm going to do a safeguard on Godmother just to get her healed up.
Gremlin on the way.
Thanks.
So she's back to full capacity. Now I'm going to try shooting this explosive barrel just to see what it gets me. Alright. So now I freed up Godmother and Cherub. The chances of her actually taking this thing out are pretty slim. But I think they're still worth taking. So it's a coin toss. Yeah. And he can't do the charged bash, so... I maybe should have moved closer, but obviously we're in a very good position at the end of that turn. We've only got 2 enemies. Oop. They really like hurting Godmother. Hey, woman. Okay, so I have one more turn without this Legionnaire. I think it's probably better for me to try and help my ally here. Although 67% chance is not something to sneeze at. I do think it's better to try and get Godmother back into the fight, though, so... One of the reasons for this is that because Godmother's been kind of pulled up onto the boat, she's actually in a great position to flank this Legionnaire. And of course, everybody else is going to be focusing on that target now, so... Wait, can I really heal her for 4 again? I actually really want to see... Yeah, it did. Okay, cool. Yeah, Safeguard is ridiculous. Of course, we just gave that damage back, but... Yeah, I mean, at this point, we'll just run straight up to their face and... Oh, okay, there are waves. This just got very exciting.
I'm going.
You'll make it.
I will fire if they reposition.
So, obviously I'm going to use Safeguard again because it makes everyone immortal.
Need a little help?
Refreshing.
So, the problem here now is that because there's... Ooh, that's...
No ammo.
Character building.
I'm running low.
Okay. I don't like that I'm leaving her right out in the middle of things, but I do need to get her. I need to get her doing some damage. So. Okay, worth it. So we know. Apparently, they can come from anywhere. Is what I'm getting from this signal now. So if I shield bash this adder, then the paladin's going to be able to do something. But then, one, I don't think I'm going to be able to take out the paladin anyway. So unless I want to pull someone through on a team up, you know what? I think what I'm going to do here. The reason I fear paladins are because of the buffs they can give their allies rather than the damage they do themselves. So let's just smack him.
I made the arrest.
So again, I'm sure the paladin's gonna do something horrible to me, but...
Not much ammunition.
I can reposition, but you know what? I think a reload.
Weapon ready.
And then a 100% chance to hit is the right call.
Subdue the hostile.
So of course we're going to be losing all of the benefits of we'll be losing all the benefits of the overwatches and whatnot, but what I gain, of course, is the extra safeguards and whatnot.
He'll be fine.
Good thinking. Cover me while I reload. Ammo out.
So I'm gonna make a guess that
there now.
the next wave comes from behind where my shield guy is. Yeah, if the enemy had breach, I would just cry. Like, oh, this sucks. So I can reload, but I'm still standing out in the middle of the engagement.
Reloading.
Okay, so if I try and shoot, 68% chance to completely take him out. I think that's worth it. All right. It was better than a coin toss. I was willing to take it. It didn't turn out. I got, you know, no one to get mad at. But my options look fairly grim here. I'm pretty sure that paladin's gonna be making me sad no matter what. So at least let's try and get him down to 2 health so that I can whack him with a truncheon. Hopefully he wastes his turn buffing his allies. He does not, but that's still a very welcome development. Okay. So I could try Stupor. Oh yes, okay, so a fire weapon. Okay, that'll potentially take out the adder. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a Stupor on the Legionnaire. That might gain me some extra time. It did. So of course now I get to fire and potentially take out the Legion and take out the adder. Not potentially, it's 100%, so. Okay, so that got me a little extra tempo. What I should be doing with this is, so obviously I could potentially prepare for these guys, but if I don't deal with these reinforcements, I'm gonna have a particularly hard turn. I'm gonna have a particularly hard turn when these guys come in. So I'm actually gonna position Terminal. It's gonna be a weird spot for her, but it's basically so I can get a good shot on the Legionnaire. Ooh. So I'll be honest with you.
Clear. Go.
My original plan was to use Godmother to do a subdue on that paladin. It might be wiser for me to just take her and take out that lead. No. Ugh, double paladins. Okay. I gotta think this through. No, because if he buffs the Legionnaire, then I get a free kill on the Legionnaire by killing this guy. So, I will subdue this paladin because it's a guaranteed kill. Okay, so if memory serves, that other Legionnaire that I stunned is going to be back in play. So one thing I could potentially try here is taking out the adder. Okay, can't. Okay, so I don't think I can well, I might be able to take out the adder if I do like a conventional shot. What I'm trying to do is take out the adder so that I can so that I know that the paladin is gonna try and fix the Legionnaire. You know what I'm gonna do instead? I'm gonna set myself up behind
Found
cover.
A better position.
That's gonna leave Terminal in a bit of an awkward spot. But I'm gonna do the chip damage on the paladin on the expectation that they buff an ally and that I'm gonna be able to kill them. Nope, they go after turn. Alright, that's going to make things particularly grim for Terminal because I think she's also staring down a scary Legionnaire. So, we'll do the same trick we always do. We'll fire off a quick Stupor. Alright, I think he may actually be moving on this turn. And I need to consider people who will potentially be doing damage. This Legionnaire is obviously still a threat, so... I don't know why the Legionnaires are attacking the way that they are, but I'm happy they're doing it.
Shouldn't have come.
Alright, well, couldn't get lucky forever. Huh, curious. I thought that adder was going to do something much more nasty. Okay, so Paladin moves next. I think in this case we... so I'm going to safeguard Verge, I think. And then I get to whack him with the truncheon.
The high-tech spray do its work.
Yep. So, Woven to Wonder Dog, what I seem to notice is that if it's a one-turn stun, it basically means that the unit is going to act that turn. I can't quite explain why. It might be that it gets penalties for being stunned. But yeah, that is a rather unexpected behavior, to say the least. Alright, I'd really like to try and take out that adder. In practical terms, I don't see a path to achieving that, so instead I'll take out the Legionnaire. I obviously could have whacked him with the butt of the rifle, but if I did that, I wouldn't be behind cover. So I think at this point the best that I can hope for is some chip damage, but the other thing I could potentially do is bring Godmother up the ranks. It's a little bit of a risky one, but I think I am going to team up on Godmother to try and take another piece off the board. So I don't think there's anything else for him to do. So again, this is probably going to be more about the chip damage that I can do more than anything. Well, we might be able to take out the adder if we do. Ah, so close.
No ammo.
Okay. None of these are particularly compelling positions to be in. But I like the idea of putting Godmother in the middle of the fight. I am going to take that 71% chance. That's a pity. I would still take the same odds. All right. So I'm going to do the same underhanded... actually. Yeah, so... I wish it were the other way around. I'm still going to do the Stupor just to it's basically just to mitigate the retaliation for moving Godmother up so aggressively. I know I'm not going to be able to take out the Legionnaire, unless there's some crazy crit or something like that. But I'll at least earn myself a little bit of a reprieve. Wow. This game's pretty forgiving. That's going to be hard to deal with. Okay, I think... Yes, I think we'll be able to clear everything out. So quick self-safeguard just because I can.
Another
To the
call
head.
for the men.
Getting low on
And
ammo.
I've basically got 3 people who are able to do damage to this adder. Now that adder's particularly well positioned. It's not going to be easy to do damage to them, but I would be surprised if the combined
Keep to
forces
cover.
are not able to take him out.
Ammo out. Hostiles.
All right, so a little messy at the end, but we got what we needed. Restricted weapons recovered. We have a massive stash of restricted weapons intended for Grey Phoenix. Keeping those weapons out of their hands and off the streets is a big win for City 31 and an even bigger loss for Grey Phoenix. Terminal lightly wounded, Godmother lightly wounded, Cherub unharmed, Verge lightly wounded, Knight undeployed, 10 rounds to complete, 2 encounters, 1 enemy killed, 19 captured, 5 civilians rescued, and 20 intel for our efforts. Given the fact that I get so much intel from this, it's really hard to see why I would want to use any other ammo but Tranquilizer. All right, -2 unrest is probably the biggest thing I wanted out of that. 95 credits is nice. I didn't realize I got credits for hostages rescued. 20 intel earned from captured enemies. Fringe is up to 4. Unrest is lowered to 2. From the archives, Commissioner Malouf, Malouf, I need guidance on what to do about smuggling. Councillor Parada, gun running? Commissioner, no, those we grab. I meant the food. Communities up and down the rivers are hurting. Mayor Nightingale, formalize it. We have a surplus. Parada, for now. Mayor Nightingale. Then for now, we help them back on their feet. Councillor Parada, will they remember City 31 helped them in their time of need? Mayor Nightingale, I did. Now I'm the mayor. Transcript of City Council, closed session, 2039, February 4th.
Great job. No arms dealer is willing to risk a deal with Grey Phoenix. Not with Chimera Squad in town.
Ooh. Choose next operation. So track personnel movement. We know Grey Phoenix can quickly move personnel throughout City 31. Once you learn how, we'll know how to wall them off. Dark event. Grey Phoenix has supplies to arm and equip Praetorians. We haven't encountered Praetorians yet, so that's kind of an unknown danger. And then disrupt their leadership. As you've experienced, Grey Phoenix is surprisingly coordinated and disciplined. Discover what keeps them bound together. And Grey Phoenix has the funding to hire more mercenary muscle. So I never understand why people always have to contradict stuff that I say. So Woban, like, do you see that there, even if you only require 5 people to be captured, like not having to do a melee attack, which does 2 or 3 damage, versus being able to do a ranged attack with full damage? Like, is that just an irrelevant benefit to you, or that's a really weird response to that. Like, I haven't seen any other ammo that gives me effectively the full strength of my weapons. So I mean, there's a side of me that says here we've already got like a strategy for dealing with high value enemies. And so there's a side of me that kind of likes the idea of picking this dark event. I mean, Praetorians might be nightmares, and I'll regret that. When it says more mercenary muscle, that almost implies that there's more enemies, and more enemies is actually a hard one for me to deal with, because a lot of what I do is sort of trying to get people not making actions, and the easiest way for me to not make an action, or to have someone not make an action, is just to eliminate them. The thing is, when it says choose the next operation, disrupt their leadership, I actually really like the idea, going straight for the head is kind of what I would want to do. So less so for the dark event, but more so for the action that I'll take. I think I'll do disrupt their leadership. As you've experienced, Grey Phoenix is surprisingly coordinated and disciplined. Discover what keeps them bound together. So seized a shipment of restricted weapons smuggled in for Grey Phoenix. Doing so ended the Grey Phoenix arms trade. So we've got
Tensions at the starport increased today as Muton protesters arrived with what appered to be clubs. Artisan Glorva of the Shipworkers League bristled at the suggestion.
These are tools for fixing starships. They're spiritual implements, not weapons.
A leaked video from Earth Above All seemed to urge escalation.
If they swing at you, it's their ticket back to prison. Wear thick padding, provoke verbally, and make sure it's on camera.
More as the story develops. Channel 37, Celio Dash reporting.
All right. I think what I'm going to do, I'm at the 4-hour mark, so I'm about an hour past where I was originally going to cast tonight. I'll maybe do a quick, I'll sort of wind things down. So I'll get my promotions in, I'll talk about the cityscape, I'll talk about what the next few moves are, but I'm definitely feeling the effects of the longer night. So rather than sort of grind this stream to a halt, this seems like a decent enough place to let it go. So again, I'll do yes, I like the game very much. I'll do sort of a debrief. I'll talk about what my next few moves are going to be. I'll find someone to host and we'll call it an evening. So if you can still stick around, just so I can pass on the good feelings, I'd appreciate that immensely. So first of all, we've not heard Godmother's biography. So Old World origin, France. Prior to the invasion, national tactical police officer with a few years of experience. 2015 invasion, went to ground after the fall of Paris. Spent a fruitless year searching for her family at 23 years old. 2016 to 2034, provided operational training to the nascent European resistance group, strongly advised against direct resistance, which she learned brought overwhelming reprisal raids. Connected with XCOM proper during its leaner years, remained a friendly asset as the organization rebuilt itself. In 2032, she developed a formalized tactical training program to screen XCOM recruits. 2035, War for Liberation, field liaison to allied resistance groups supporting XCOM, 43 years old. To present, modified the XCOM recruit training program to suit the needs of the Reclamation Agency. Joined Chimera Squad provisionally to ensure field-ready status. So we will promote you, and you can get Last Stand. If Godmother is unimpaired and takes enough damage to begin bleeding out, they are instead reduced to 1 HP and are given a turn immediately after the current turn. One use permission. Or Flush. Godmother takes a shot at the enemy, forcing them to reposition. The shot does no damage, 1 turn cooldown. You know, the low cooldown on this and the fact that we can get people out of cover is really, like, that's a really good ability. But I actually think the fact that I move Godmother into so many of these really tough positions, I actually think Last Stand is a little more appropriate for her. I tend to run into the same problem I run into with her XCOM and XCOM 2 counterparts, which is it's easy to move them into a position where they're really effective. It's much harder to make sure that they get extracted properly. Let's find out about Verge. Verge, prior to invasion, psionic support for an infiltration unit of Thin Men. 2015 invasion, actively worked to subvert human governments, experimented with delicate, long-term mental control of human subjects, 15 years old. 2016 to 2034 occupation, assigned the long-term control of an influential human who could keep the populace docile with comprehensible, reassuring answers to the questions about aliens. Selected as a candidate for conversion into sectoid infused with human genetic material. Post-conversion, exhibited signs of empathy towards the human populace, quietly began to tip off resistance groups. 2035 War for Liberation, served as a mole actively aiding resistance groups in XCOM, approximately 35 years old. To present, spent time in detention camp until XCOM realized his role in the war, agreed to Reclamation Agency transfer. Director Kelly approved his admission to Chimera Squad. This is one of the things I really like about this. So, you know, XCOM, as I like making the comparison, so like XCOM was a really good modern take on the, you know, on the original, the Julian Gollop game. But of course, it's important to remember that that one was designed not just for PC, but it was also a mobile phone game. It's also very good on phone. Obviously, you know, I tend to prefer PC overall, but XCOM's a lot of fun to play on a phone or a tablet. And then I think it also had a console release as well. So it's, you know, if you take a look at the models and you take a look at the, just the overall feel of the original XCOM 1, they're figuring out what the modern version of it was. And it's really interesting if you go back and see the different iterations of the original XCOM Enemy Unknown. But XCOM 2, it's very clear that, I mean, one, it was the XCOM, the Firaxis XCOM was tremendously successful. So it seems that they got to do a few of the things that maybe wound up on the cutting room floor for the first remake, and then it seems that there was a clear decision that it was going to be a sort of a PC-only release. I believe there were later console releases for XCOM 2. Again, I apologize for not knowing this stuff better, but I largely have not participated in consoles. Right now, the Xbox that someone was kind enough to give me, I mean, it was Gears of War 4, which I haven't played yet, NHL 2019, because I really want to play an NHL game again, Red Dead Redemption 2, and then of course Paradox gave me a key for City Skylines, so my console experience has been limited, to say the least. But like XCOM 2 reflects that focus. You've got this really big game and these really cinematic moments, and the story's very interesting, but it is very much sort of a Hollywood blockbuster kind of a look. And what's so interesting about Chimera Squad is that, so what I knew I was signing up for was something that's very individual focused, where, you know, you're no longer fighting a war, and it's no longer acceptable to say, you know, well, we only lost 2 people on that mission, but it prevented us from like losing a country, so that was an acceptable loss. In this case, this is a specialized sort of police unit, and so you need to keep people together. And then more importantly, they're going to appear in cutscenes together, you know, the same way that you can't let Central die in a mission, or you can't let Shen die in the specialized missions. You know, all of these characters are those special characters. You'll live with them, and it's obviously XCOM creates a really good attachment with your individual soldiers. But this one, the attachment is a very different one. Like you are building the team, you are building this cohesive unit. You're learning a little bit about who these are as people. You get to hear the banter between them, and you're really going in deep on these individuals. And it's interesting to see all the different mechanics that they've put in to make sure that you just don't have the same 4 people on the same mission all the time. And it's not just saying that, you know, there are some times where you want to like go into vents or whatever. It can be things like, you know, I want to get this special goodie here, and this special goodie is only available if I send a highly specialized agent. A little bit like the covert missions in War of the Chosen, but I feel like this one definitely plays around with that a bit. But the other thing that maybe surprised me is that it's not just that when you go into these biographies you find out about the soldiers, but you actually... what it does is it enhances all of the previous stuff that you saw in XCOM 2. Because, of course, XCOM 2 is about the liberation, right? You care about the commander, you care about Tygan, you care about Central, you care about Shen. You build this cool spaceship full of, you know, armories and whatnot. You customize your soldiers and all of that. And while you get this very interesting-looking world, this neat-looking environment... you know, it's always the setting for the war movie, basically. And here, what you're doing is it's filling in all of those little gaps about what was happening inside of those cities, and the fact that, you know, you get a hint of this when you start looking at War of the Chosen, and the fact that you have these factions, and that it's not a given that if you're an alien, you're hostile to humans. But this one here is really talking about all these sort of individual stories. And, this person got into Chimera Squad because, before it was fashionable to do so, this person grew attached to the people they were subjugating and aided them. And I think I really like that touch because, again, I'm a huge fan of the XCOM series, but to be able to have moments like that, to be able to go back to the stuff that I'm seeing and now sort of know in the background that this person is doing this thing is just something that really enhances the experience for me. Anyways, what goodies are we going to give him? So we've got crowdsource. Verge gains +5 aim and +10 critical chance for each enemy in the neural network. That sounds very cool because I use this stun ability a lot. And then collar. Enemies in the neural network that would be killed are rendered unconscious instead. Well, because I'm firing up so many tranks, I think it's pretty clear that I want to do crowdsource. Now, one problem here is I'm committing myself to a permanent upgrade, and I may find that there's ammo that I prefer relative to the tranquilizer that makes me wish I had the collar. But a +5 aim, +10 crit chance, given the fact that I seem to be able to do a stun and an attack, that's pretty good. This is the other thing that I'm realizing is that even at lower levels, like the members of Chimera Squad seem to be really powerful. Like some of these abilities are pretty exceptional when you look at what you can pull off. Anyways, we'll take a quick.
Experienced, Grey Phoenix is surprisingly coordinated and disciplined. Discover what keeps them bound together.
Okay, so I pretty much have to do this mission. Unfortunately, I can't. I've got 9 days before this thing's gonna kick off. So I suppose the best I can hope for, this is gonna go up to level 5. I suppose. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're locked into some city anarchy here. Well, okay, I did say I was going to go to bed. I am, but I'll at least get it to the point where we've got a mission coming up. So clearly the Fringe is the thing that's going to be keeping me up at night. And this thing is just going to keep ticking up no matter what. So I can delay the Hour of Doom once with a freeze District Unrest, and I might be able to reduce District Unrest, but I don't see myself holding this off for 2 days. We'll see, but it's looking fairly pessimistic. I am going to take a quick minute here and just see. Oh no, we're still on training, so there's a possibility I might want to do a spec ops with Torque. So we do a recruitment drive. Free field team. Well, I mean, free field team is not bad. Glad handing, legwork. I think I'll just keep him on the enhanced armor for now. I might change my mind on that, but I am, however, going to do the warehouse fire. I like the idea of the extra intel because it means I can start deploying more field teams. A fire broke out at a city impound facility storing some restricted tech. If we respond immediately, we could help contain the blaze and salvage some valuable material. Sending the APC to resolve the situation will automatically advance a day. Are you ready to proceed? Yes. Alright, so Fringe is up to 5. 31 PD links this to a string of similar fires. They believe this is arson to cover up a burglary. Zephyr has completed toughness training.
Grey Phoenix follows a pair of leaders, both mutons. Custodian Zell handles their technical interests. We know more about Crew Chief Yarvo, who directs their martial pursuits. Zell and Yarvo are unknown quantities. It isn't clear who calls the shots between them.
Faction leadership, former Advent engineers, Custodian Zell devises technical plans, crew chief Yarvo directs their forces. There is no record of either name in post-war detention center logs. Interesting. All right, I'm going to need to figure out what I wanted.
Comm check.
Whisper. You checked comms 20 minutes ago. It's a daily task.
I know, but I wanted to get ahead.
Fine.
Check, check. 1, 2, check. Can you hear me?
Affirmative.
Proper comm discipline requires a loud elevator.
We're done here.
Sure, that can work. Let's pick this up tomorrow.
Oh, that's a... Okay. I don't know if the dialogue that they've got here is in reaction to people complaining about the chatter in XCOM 2. I am like, this is MVP. Like I will always hold and listen to what they have to say here. This is very enjoyable. Like again, the thing that I think the thing that really pushes me on, or really sells me on this game, is the just the personality behind it. Like I like these people. I like Chimera Squad. I like the dynamics of the team. And it's so interesting, right? Because strategy seems to be one of these genres where people can kind of get by without... Well, it's kind of funny, right? Because in one sense, you really shouldn't ignore a story in a strategy game, because in the end, you want to know why people are fighting, right? So I've got some really complicated war board games called the Next War series. It's published by GMT. And the whole idea is to try and study modern warfare. The advanced rules are incredibly complicated, and it is basically a paper simulation of modern warfare. The series has Korea, Poland, Taiwan, India and Pakistan, and Vietnam will be the next one. So that, the fantasy you're dealing with there is a contemporary conflict. So many of the Warhammer 40k games are strategy games. Of course, because it's a tabletop game itself, that's maybe not so surprising. But like, if you look at the way that people react to BattleTech, the way that they react to like the Dawn of War games and things like that, people really do want to live in those worlds, and they want to understand what's going on. Even StarCraft. But yeah, I don't know. It's just so interesting to see so much care being put into the... Like, I've never really thought of the idea of like XCOM lore, and yet that's really what we're learning about in Chimera Squad, and that's a really... That wasn't something I was expecting out of this, but I really like it. Anyways, because its commission's coming up, I am going to wrap it up. I'll find somebody to host. So I am going to quarantine the Fringe. Again, I'm not entirely sure I'm going to get what I need out of this. I suppose I need to figure out which of these two I want. So Turncoat will give me a hair trigger, and Coming Unspooled will give me a smoke bomb. So I'm most inclined to go on Turncoat because that's a weapon mod. There's a side of me that says, well, maybe I also want to like double up for the Illyrium bonus. It wouldn't be bad, but I would be sacrificing my ability to expand to a field team. It'd be nice to have a field team in sort of all of the sectors. So I think I'm willing to skip the Illyrium in the name of just the standard. I basically went for all the default settings for the starting game. It's like, if you look, like, this game is really, really popular on Twitch right now, and the majority of like the top ranked streamers are all like Iron Man, hardcore, impossible difficulty, and like, there's no disrespect to that whatsoever. Like, I really like watching Azure Wind casts, and Azure Wind like goes for the hardest possible thing that he can. I'll be honest with you, like, if I was playing this on my own, it's probably the way I'd be playing right now. But the biggest thing is that I also know that I tend to get a lot of tunnel vision for stuff like this. And so I like the idea of something that will give a challenge. Like, obviously I've been making stupid decisions and have gotten punished for it. But it's not something that I'll just get frustrated with or bang my head against. I think knowing how forgiving the game has been in terms of some of the decisions the AI makes, I might have been willing to turn up the difficulty one, but that I couldn't have known that until I played it. So, but yeah, I mean, people seem to like it when I explain my intentions, and you don't necessarily have to be on the hardest difficulty to explain why you're doing certain things. Because this is the problem, right? If I explain what I'm doing and then I get clobbered, that tends to make people think that the game is a lot more difficult than it really is. Anyways, so it's pretty clear I want to do Turncoat. Practically, Quarantine the Fringe is absolutely what I want to do. In practical terms, there's no difference anarchy-wise between me picking Riverside or Old Town, so really it's just a question of doing the Turncoat mission so that I can get my fancy weapon mod. I might spend some of those credits to get some extra things for my squad. The only other consideration I might make is, now that I know I have a few other operatives available for different tasks, maybe I want to change the crew. Although I think, given the fact that I'm kind of getting to the end of a particular, like, I'm starting to head for the leadership, I think it makes sense to have a very specialized team that's very good at what it does, and maybe do the training when we're after a different group. So I think what we'll do is we'll do Turncoat. I am going to do my best. I'm going to hit the Fringe with Vigilance and maybe hope that we have an opportunity to shorten the number of days. But I think it's pretty likely we're going to start seeing some city anarchy because I can't put a lid on the Fringe. But clearly that is something we will handle next stream. So we'll say new save, Twitch, April. It's technically 25th, but 24 end. So as is the oh no, this is the same thing from before. I should probably read this handbook a little bit more. I'm always fond of letting people know what's coming up. So obviously this is a press key, so I have every intention of doing multiple Chimera Squad streams. Whenever I get something new like this, I really do want to try and do weekend streams, but I also am quite conscious of the fact that I'm doing more VODs than I've ever been doing before. Not all of them have been posted, so it's it's one of these things that's really hard to explain because I'm not able to point people to the output of it yet. You'll see that soon enough. So in practical terms, let's say that I'm keeping with regular Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. If I do more Chimera Squad over the weekend, I will be sure to tweet that out. Because Monday is still a dedicated Paradox Day, we'll be back to Stellaris on Monday, 7 o'clock. But I think probably Wednesday and Friday, I'm quite inclined to doing Chimera Squad. Again, as always, I'll tweet this stuff out. But I really do like XCOM games, and I'm very pleasantly surprised by Chimera Squad. Like I had high hopes, and I got more than I was expecting, and it's very pleasant. I think they did a really nice job, and I really like the fact that they were willing to go their own way with this. So yeah. Again, I did get a press key, so I'm just saying nice things because Firaxis was nice enough to give me a key. If you are thinking of picking it up, it is on sale until May the 1st. You can get it at a discount. I'm just taking a minute to find somebody to host right now. I will also see, I believe it is on sale on Humble Bundle as well. So if you want to use the affiliate link, you can throw a little bit of the money my way. I'll find out exactly what that is. And come on, one of you. Sorry, everything's crawling. Yes, the 50% discount is on Humble as well. Obviously, buy using whatever storefront you want, but it is helpful to me if people do use those affiliate links, because it winds up basically it winds up being something that gives me it turns a purchase that was already going to happen into revenue that I can use to do things. Like I do get a higher quality internet than I normally have. Oh, wild. I thought that Azurewin might be still streaming. All right. Is your cut from the affiliate affected by the discount? Yeah, it's a percentage of the purchase price. So if a game goes on sale, I get a percentage of the lower price. But that's fine. I mean, like the point of this is like for my knowing what I know now, for me in Canada, Chimera Squad is $15.99. Apparently in the States it's $10. I think that is an incredibly reasonable price. Like any XCOM game is definitely worth it at that price. Chimera Squad is a very good standalone game in my opinion. So even if they didn't give it that 50% discount, I knowing what I know now, I would have been willing to pay full freight for that. So, but like the point of the affiliate links and stuff like that is not to maximize revenue. The point of the affiliate links is to say, hey, did you wind up wanting to buy this game because of the stream? Well, because you're buying it already, if you use this link here, I get a little bit of that. It's a win-win. If somebody winds up using a storefront that they wouldn't have otherwise, and it makes it more inconvenient for them, or if they buy a game that they don't enjoy, I'm definitely not into that, because obviously the easier way of supporting the stream is just direct donations. But for people who are already buying the game, using links like that is helpful, because it just adds up over time. And that link also applies for things like if you get like the Humble Bundle, you can direct how much goes towards me. But again, I don't want to spend too much time dwelling on that, because it's a nice thing to have, but it's not. It's never required. Anyways, I was rather hoping to host someone streaming Chimera Squad, but the people I know who normally stream it are actually offline right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to raid Elegy. Elegy is currently playing Persona 5, so if you want more Chimera Squad, you can feel free to click that game button down below. There are lots of people streaming it, so the only thing is I don't actually know any of the people who are running with it right now. So I leave it to your judgment to decide which one is worthwhile, but I do encourage you guys to hang out for Elegy, because the Eyes of Sin is a moderator for him, and apparently Persona 5 is a popular game. I actually haven't seen it, so... but with that in mind, I will hit the raid button. I'll let the number of people kind of amass through whatever magic Twitch does, and I'll see you all Monday at the latest. But I'll try and sneak in a Chimera Squad stream if I can. Have a good night, guys. Thanks a lot for watching.